Hello, everybody. It's Unstoppable Stiletzi again. Got an Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty casted game stream for you today. These were all from the patch 1.1.5 B, I believe. Yep, the most recent version. Reason why we're doing this is because we gotta catch up with these things before Middle East patch comes out this month. Yeah. If you didn't know, Middle East update, at least it's assumed, will be releasing this month. That's what it's really looking like right now. You know, they've sort of sorted out what sort of stuff they want in the first release, and just a couple of little tweaks and fixes here and there, and testing and stuff. But yeah, no, it's likely going to release this month, which means we're at that lovely part of the year again where I have to breeze through all these casted recordings you submitted before the new patch comes. Because guess what? If I upload to the new patch and I go back to these old recordings, guess what happens, people? They won't work. I'll get now a sync error saying game recording does not match current data files. Yeah, no, if you didn't know, you actually cannot review recordings from previous patches. You can only review recordings from the present patch. As soon as there's a discrepancy in any sort of unit stat or technology or civ or anything like that, it will out of sync immediately and bring you back to the menu. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. And it makes sense why, because basically it's the same reason why you can't play mods against people that don't have data mods for that same reason. As soon as the two variant file sets come together, it causes a game crash because the code doesn't know what to execute. Because there's two different data sets coming in, so that's why everybody needs a universal data set. So yeah, main idea today, we're going to be casting all these old recordings that I haven't gotten to yet, and we're going to enjoy every single one in their entirety. So when Middle East patch does come around, I don't have to worry about keeping two versions of Wars of Liberty in the background on my PC. And in fact, I'll probably be able to delete the old Middle East testing one I have as well, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. There was a situation in the past where, there was always things in multiplayer or something I kind of had to give people the beta version of old just so we could play on something temporarily, but I don't think that's going to happen this time, so, yeah. Yeah, basically the name of the game today is basically going to be casting all these wonderful games together. The plan was actually to do these about a month ago, but if you follow much on the channel, you would understand why we haven't done them yet. A lovely thing called the PK Player Killers Clan Tournament happened, and they needed me to cast game after game of that. Actually, no, I actually came in voluntarily at first, and then eventually they're like, you know what? We love how you're doing so much that they actually paid me to do some of those games for them, which was pretty phenomenal, actually. Yeah, because I've actually never been, financially compensated for any sort of Age of Empires casting in my life before. This was, the first time that ever happened. So, of course, I'm going to take it seriously and get it done, and I did. I think I actually got it in within their timeline, too. Their supposed timeline. I, raced to the end. Like it was a marathon. I was, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. I think it might have had some adverse effects on some of the recordings because some people complained, hey, this looked a little rushed or you kind of monologue too much. But yeah, no, I just wanted to, reach their deadlines for submission and make sure that nothing was left behind. But hey, I did a pretty good job on majority of them, at least from what I heard, so that's cool. Hopefully I'll be able to help them again next year if they do another tournament. That'd be great. Most definitely. So hopefully you're all doing good tonight. I knew you were looking for a stream last night, but I'll tell you what. We had some big issues last night. Basically what happened was some crazy Risu squirrel, from Hololive, Risu the squirrel, right, came and bit some fiber optic cables where my home is. And I lost internet access for a little over 24 hours here, which meant I couldn't stream yesterday, but I could today. Internet returned, I think, around 10:30 this morning, so I was able to actually do most of my work shift too. And I did actually, if you notice on the Discord servers, I did take the recordings I submitted yesterday when I went to a local library to submit them. because I always keep contingency recordings on my channel in case something like that happens, so I can keep you a little bit entertained with new stuff in the event of emergency like that. I mean, the only thing that would probably ruin that if there was obviously like an EMP attack, an electromagnetic pulse, or a nuclear thing. That I wouldn't be able to help you much on, but as long as there's somewhere that has some sort of internet connection that I keep those recordings as a contingency so they can be, submitted on the fly, basically. So yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. And I curated the ones that I felt like would be good. I did a Risk, I did an Arena one, I did a Budokai one, and I did 2 Wars of Liberty ones. So it's sort of the standard Steletsy menu of things. I didn't have anything too wacky because usually the good stuff I always submit on, right away. I don't hold any of that stuff back. I usually bank up tons of arena games, Coliseum Budokais, Wars of Liberty matches, Risk games, anything else of that category usually. If I did more Age of Mythology and stuff like that, I'd probably do that for those too, but yeah, I might have some of those banked up somewhere. I might even have some Melee 2 matches banked somewhere, but I didn't get deep into that yet. If you want me to bank some of those, I certainly can. Most definitely. I'm trying to type in this thing and it's being obnoxious. Yep, I just wanted to type a personalized message to the Wars of Liberty server when I was putting the link on there. Because they're the reason why I'm doing this tonight mostly. Because I definitely want to get these game wrecks done before it's too late. Well, it wouldn't be too late if I waited till after the Middle East patch came out, whenever it does this month. But again, it would just make my life a lot harder. Because I would obviously have to hold more disk space on my machine, which would not be fun. And then, obviously, I would have to remember to go between the 2 directories whenever I'm doing the stream, which also leads to frustration because there's always the little chance that I get it wrong and then I click into the wrong game and then I have to go out, and yeah. It's always better to just keep all your casted games within one patch and just, do them as a unit and then do the next patch the next time. But I have been able to cycle between patches before, as you've seen. I've even been able to run streams of these game wrecks between 3 or more patches, which it's not easy to do because it's a lot of hit or miss type stuff, especially if you don't do the research ahead of time. But in general, as long as you have a general sketch based on memory and the dates and stuff, you can sometimes map it easier, which I was technically able to do there. Yeah, no, thankfully today we're just working with one patch, and one patch alone, which would be 1.1.5 B, yeah. Good news for today, which is a little bit different than what's usual is, because of the special nature of the stream today, and the fact that I was a little uncertain of which recordings actually had to be done today, I kind of went through the trouble before going live of picking what recordings we're going to do, which ones we haven't done yet. And at least for now, the list appears to be 20. Viente. I've already found them. I've already submitted them into the documents folder, so we don't have to go through that process. I just need to finish sharing the stream with some Discord servers, and then we can get right into the stream, basically. Yeah, that's kind of the good news tonight is we'll be able to start hopefully a bit earlier than usual, which is always good. But yeah, no, I definitely wanted to make sure that I made sure we didn't do any duplicates because I haven't done this in over a month, ever since the PK Player Killers Clan tournament happened, so I just wanted to start off fresh from where we went. And I did notice some things that I didn't want to cast, like stuff involving me on the recordings, because I never like to record. I never like to cast my own games, if you've figured that out already. I usually don't unless somebody's paying me. Right, I obviously casted my own games for PK Tournament because I was being paid to do that, but if I'm not being paid to do that, I'd rather just cast other people's stuff so it feels a little bit more impartial and unbiased, I think. And obviously you see a lot of my gameplays anyways in Wars of Liberty, so it's kind of a waste of time hearing me casting my own stuff when you could just watch my gameplays elsewhere. Yeah, at least that's the way I see it. You know, it's better to see some of these more unique combatants usually, because we have to like obviously study how they battle, what civs they use, what cards they like, and it's interesting because everybody plays a lot differently, as you'll find out. You know, Viringo plays a certain way, I play a certain way, Cap plays a certain way, Zelda Verde plays a certain way. Yeah, everybody in Wars of Liberty has their own play style, and it always leads to unique outcomes, as you'll find. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. I'm almost done with the Discord server stream sharing, just so you know. I want to do a thorough job because, again, I was gone yesterday and I don't want to miss any spots. That's definitely true. Oh no, not My Little Pony. My Little Pony Discord server. Oh, Aceling would love to see that. I bet Aceling's in there. Oh yeah, no, she probably is. Most likely she is. She loves My Little Pony. If they ever come up with the RTS, we'll play it. I won't know any of the lore, obviously, because I'm not a My Little Pony person, but hey, we've done crazier things before, like Gommuistan, remember that? I don't think you won't remember that. I mean, I think Gommuistan was fine. Supposedly the developers say they're going to work on it again at some point, but now they're working on a completely different RPG game, which they say I will probably get to test for them and maybe put on YouTube, depending on if it's safe or not. Yeah, because here's the thing, it's going to be a little bit more mature, if you get what I'm saying. So I'd have to I'll probably review it ahead of time and look at it and say, alright, if it's a little bit too mature and it might, not bring a lot of revenue, I might say, you know what, maybe I'll just test it and not submit it in a source stream. But if it looks okay, because supposedly what they're selling to me as is they're saying, alright, it's mostly just a regular RPG, but for people that want to see the other stuff, they can see the other stuff. And I'm like, that's all fine and good, but you got to be very, very nitpicky of every aspect of those games, because if there's one stone unturned, it can definitely spell for trouble for sure. So as the creator, I always have to make sure, alright, it meets the standards that I think will be fine. Yeah, but from what I hear and what I've been shown, the artwork's been pretty good. There's going to be a lot of different gameplay aspects and different heroes and classes and allies you'll be able to make in that. So, at least from a project standpoint, it's looking like it's coming together nicely. Yeah, just one more Discord server to paste to, and we're all set to start. Yep, this one right here. Okay, we're good. We're all set. So, just like I said before, I already went through the sorting of the game recordings. About 20 of them in total, and this is the first one here. Peru versus Germany Copia. And I likely downloaded a lot of these before, so that's why we have to look at the parentheses. But probably this is the same as this, just making sure. Alright, so this is going to be a Peru versus Germany match with Zelda Verde. Now, is he Germany? Is he Peru? I have no idea, actually. He's a strong player. He's actually a really good one. So this will be quite nice. Okay, so we got, who's playing Germany? Looks like Nathan's playing Germany, right? And Zelda Verde is playing Peru on the Viet map. This is Vietnam, to be more specific. So this should be a good matchup. I mean, Germany is probably a S tier civ in this matchup. Peru would be more down towards upper B tier, lower A tier, I think. It really depends on how skilled you are with them, how responsible you are with their different gameplay aspects, but either way, we should have a good duel. Yeah. Now, if I was going into this matchup, I would figure out very quickly as Peru, how am I going to set up, basically. Because I have been on the receiving end of a Germany when I was playing Peru. And not only that, I've been on the receiving end of the best Germany in Wars of Liberty, which would be Cap, of course. So I don't know if Nathan's going to be playing on cap level. Maybe Verde will have a bit of leniency there, but we'll have to see, for sure. Now, right away, we see a 50 food treasure here that Verde will be able to pick up. 50 food is definitely a good treasure. No doubt about it. It'll benefit him quite well. Okay, it looks like Germany just picked up a 50 XP treasure. Pretty good. If you get a ton of those treasures, you can actually double up with the 3 villager card, as well as your Virginia company that Germany gets, called the Obrecht plan. Same effect, it cheapens your manor houses. Yeah, if you didn't know, Germany and Wars of Liberty is a very different civ than the one you're used to in the vanilla game. So, yep. Oh, he's actually going to start with Obrecht plan. Interesting. So, going for a greedy Virginia company. Yeah. Basically, what this card does here for Germany, it cheapens the cost of their Mainz-Kasernane houses. The Mainz-Kasernane houses are the ones that when you build them, they give you a free villager. It's a clone of the manor house concept of the British in the vanilla game. Yeah, and as such, the British in Wars of Liberty no longer have that sort of bonus. It's completely gone to Germany. Yeah. So, yeah, basically when you're playing Wars of Liberty Germany, build as many Mainz-Kasernane houses as you can to get extra villagers. I guess you could call it a Mainz-Kasernane boom then instead of a manor boom. Yeah. That's the German name for the manor, I guess, is a Mainz-Kasernane. Yep, Mainz-Kasernane. Or Mainz-Kaserne. Yeah, I usually call it a Mainz-Kaserne, but I guess the way it's described in the cards, it's Mainz-Kaserne. Yeah. But, yeah, short story, just build as many of them as possible and get extra villagers. As for Peru, Peru is a little bit more cautious. While they don't have as strong of an economic bonus as, say, the Germans do, what Peru specializes in is basically keeping their villagers safe and keeping their military safe. Right, so these villages here, the cholas and the cholas, right? The chola, the female one, and the cholo, the male one. They can garrison inside of really a lot of buildings, right? Including these houses. So notice the little door icon here. This means that you can right-click and stick them inside that house if trouble arises, right? It makes Peruvian villagers really hard to raid if they build their base responsibly. Because if they build their base right, whenever they're hunting or mining, they'll have a house nearby or two, and then they can just garrison the vills inside. Pretty smart. And with the military, if you kill a Peruvian military unit, the ones nearby will get a speed boost and a line of sight boost, allowing them to retreat. But it could also be used offensively so that you can flag your enemies down as well and prevent them from kiting. It works both ways. So, yeah, Peru's got a lot of things related to defense and mobility. It'll be interesting to see who ends up coming on top, though, right? Now, we do see Peru going for the first wood chopping technology of double-sided axe. That's Latin America's version of gang saw. I'm wondering what he's going for here, because right now, as it stands, it looks like he only has about 1 vill on wood. It almost seems like he's going towards a barracks. A single barracks, because he's just picked up hunting dogs right now. I think he's curating his build order perfectly to get a barracks down. Yeah, actually I see a vill over there too, so yeah, no. Because normally what I do when I play Peru, I'll have all my vills on wood and I'll just spam Bernieros. Basically their wood only unit, because I think that's usually the smart play, but it looks like El Zelda Verde is probably going for Grenadiers, I'm assuming, since the Civ doesn't get muskets. You can either go Skirms, Fast Fortress in the Skirms is Peru, or you can go Grenadiers in Age 2. You do not have the option for muskets at all. So, from the look of this build order he's going for, it's looking to be heavily Grenadier based. You could go Lancero from the stable as well, but that's a little bit rare. And certainly, I think it would be a bad play if you're facing a Germany. Because just like with the whole Mainz-Kasernane situation, the Wars of Liberty Germans also have a military that somewhat resembles the vanilla British as well. You know, they don't have Doppelsolners anymore, no more war wagons, no more, well, they do have their own pikeman unit and their own crossbow equivalent. But, you know, that's obviously not good. But what gets Germany going forward in this game is their muskets, their line infantry. And they get Royal Guard on them, plus they get some really good cards from the home seed to upgrade them too. So, normally when you play Germany in War's Liberty, think Musketeer. Musketeer start, and then gradually Musketeer Hussar. Just like Vanilla Brits. The only thing you don't have with this Germany Civ that you have with the Vanilla Brits is the Longbowmen. Right? But don't worry, this Germany still has skirmishers. They're just not Royal Guard anymore. But they do get some good cards, though. You know, they get a combat card. They get a card that boosts their multipliers against Dragoons. So it still kind of works out for them. Yeah, for sure. Well, we'll see. Okay, so just as expected, Peru does go for a barracks. I'm presuming, again, based on this build he's doing, he's going to go Grenadier. Oh, actually, he ships them in right now, the Legion Peruana. So, yeah, he looks like he's going to go for some sort of Grenadier push. I think, you know, you got to be careful. It could produce some good results. Just be aware. The Germans will be building Meistercernes in the background while you're rushing them. So, you got to get some really good matchups, you know. If you go in and your enemy is making line infantry, try to kill them all if you can. Take them out. That way, Germany has to retrain them to defend the base, and it puts them on the back heel. If you give any sort of breathing room to Germany, you will lose. I'm just telling you. So that's really what Peru has to do here, is basically take the breathing room away from the German player. We'll see if he can do that. It looks like does he have a barrack? Yep, he does have his barracks here. Is he already queuing up? He is not yet, but he is set to start making the units. He's got his hunting dogs researching. He's bringing in his 700 coin. Okay, so he does have a backup wood and gold, so he can send that later if he needs it. Okay, good to know. Okay, so it looks like interesting. Nathan started with the skirmish unit, the volunteer. Interesting. So these are just crossbowmen. Crossbowmen with guns, right? Same stats, same statistics as the crossbow. They have 16 range, 1.25 multiplier against muskets, and then the 1.5 multiplier against dragoons. So, yep. Basically, they're good at shooting musketeers, pikemen, halberdiers, that sort of thing. They can be somewhat good against these grenadiers too, but it's a bit tougher. Especially since they have pierce armor instead of hack armor, making them a bit more impervious. Plus, they have their wild card ability, which is to throw grenades, right? So the way grenadiers work, at least most of them work in War's Liberty, is they get a charge attack, and that charge attack is actually the grenade throw. And then after the charge attack, they go to a standard combat of using a musket. So they basically become a musketeer with a bit of pierce armor instead of hack armor, right? And then after usually about 60 seconds, the charge attack cooldown will be, you know, terminated, so they can again throw another grenade. And really, when you're playing grenadiers, your most important task, make sure the grenades are used wisely, right? Because you're not going to be able to use another one for another minute. Except for some rare cases, like the Chilean grenadiers, which, you know, have a much faster cooldown time. Yeah. So if you can manage your grenades really good, with good control grouping, good attack move, and stuff like that, grenadiers can be your best friend. Yeah, no. But overall, grenadiers will still always be good, even if you're not good at that, just because they have pierce armor. So if they are fighting an enemy musketeer or something, they'll be able to actually tank some of that damage with the pierce armor, which is always going to make them a little bit better in certain cases. Yeah, but we'll see. It seems like right now, Zelda Verde's mass is a lot more imposing, but beware. The Germany did go for a semi-fast fortress. He is adding in line infantry now, but he's also aging up with the City Planner. City Planner, same as the Definitive Edition Bishop. It's going to give him a town center wagon. Covered wagon that you can build a TC with. Alright, so charge attack here. Okay, so he wipes out one unit. He still has some leftover grenades in the back too, which is good, you know. It means that he still has a bit of utility. He also has a good numbers advantage too. One thing he should also try doing, use that speed bonus on Def to hunt down these longer range units and just punish them. Because he doesn't have a lot of time to mess around with. He needs to, like, start working here. What is he doing? Like, you gotta be shooting these units. You can't be, like, maneuvering like that. I think he's trying to position his grenadiers, though. That's what he's doing. I had to put my money on it. I mean, it's sort of working, but, I would do it a little bit faster. Especially since you have a speed bonus active right now. It looks like, in general, Verde is gonna win this fight. But does he know about the town center over here? If he doesn't, well, that could be a rude awakening for him. Okay, so he does. This is black map, so he doesn't even see that. Now, what happens from here? I would assume what Nathan does here is go skirmishers, right? That's what I would do. I would switch right into skirmishers. Oh boy, look. Uhlans. 10 loyal Uhlans. So this is one of the more powerful shipments Germany gets in this mod. It ships them in about 10 Uhlans, and they're all veteran upgrade. Yeah. Because the new Germany does not get Uhlans anymore. They actually get Hussars. Royal Guard Hussars, just like the vanilla British. Yeah, you should really start thinking as this, when you're looking at Wars Liberty Germany, start treating them like the British. You know, the whole manor boom concept, Royal Guard muskets, Royal Guard Hussars. They're basically British except for the lack of longbowmen. Yeah. So yeah, this is the only time you're ever going to see Uhlans in the new Germany is through that card. But boy, do they do a good job. You know, they do about 44 hand attack. Their HP obviously pretty meager for Cav, but that doesn't matter because the damage is quite good. He's eating into these Grenadiers quite well, you know. And unfortunately, since the Grenadiers do not have any hack armor, like their Musketeer counterparts, those Uhlans are really doing 44 straight up damage to them. So it is a bit daunting. I see Zelda Verde trying to micro these guys away. He does make a few spearmen, the Pardos, mind you. But this is the real threat. Skirmishers. So Nathan is going to ship in about 8 skirms. He's also going to queue in about 5. This is going to be pretty dangerous. Yeah, and it's dangerous because skirmishers are really the fatality type unit here. You know, they got 20 range, multipliers of 2x against heavy, which unfortunately all of Zelda Verde's army is right now, Grenadiers and Spearmen. That's all heavy infantry. So right now he's a sitting duck. He's got to know what to do now. One thing I would be concerned about in this situation, if I knew my opponent was up in H3 and I was still in H2, get a stable. You're going to need cavalry now. As soon as somebody makes the switch to H3, you got to have cavalry, or you need artillery of some kind. Because if you don't, they're just going to kite you to death with skirmishers, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, you can't catch up with 20 range. As long as they're microing like a god, you're done. The only thing that might salvage Peru a little bit, again, that speed on death bonus. If you kill one of the Grenadiers, the other ones will get faster, and they might be able to reach and catch up to those skirms, but that's not a guarantee. You know, because good micro will still make the matchup unfavorable. So it's imperative that Peru gets a stable, gets some Lanceros, or gets some artillery, which he's not doing right now. He's sticking with the Grenadier script. And you're already going to see some real bad stuff here. Not only that, Nathan still has his Uhlans here that he's going to be able to pick apart and sort of mess up Zelda Verde's formation with, you know, because he's going to keep driving those Uhlans at his Grenadiers and messing up their targeting. Because the only thing that could potentially turn this around for Zelda Verde is a really good grenade throw with those Grenadiers. RNGesus will have to be on his side. That's it. RNGesus, RNG. That's basically it. He needs a really good grenade throw that just like takes out like 5, 6, 7, 8 skirmishers. But that's very rare, you know, that's very rare in this situation. Because again, the Grenadiers just don't have the range to usually pull that off right now. So it would take some big fumbling by Nathan to allow something like that. And look at that. Zelda Verde is losing villagers. But at least he knows to garrison them inside the house. That was a good play by him. Now he's got the garrison in this house now. If he doesn't, he's going to lose all those vills. He's losing 3 of them. Losing 4 of them. Okay, so he's so embroiled in micro down here that he's not even able to process what's going on up there right now. And that just shows you how strenuous and stressful these games can get in Wars of Liberty when they're done right. you could totally be trying to fight the main army, but your vills could be getting sacked up here. So you gotta, be able to respond to multiple fronts. Oh, wow, this isn't even... Wow, look at that. So even if he did get those vills in the house, he's actually sitting down with those Yuans and actually sieging the house down on top of it. So good chance he would have had to move them to houses further back. Yeah, no, Nathan's going for the throat right now, you can tell. He's looking to kill right here. He's gonna do it, He's gonna go for the lethal injection at this point when he gets him, for sure. And I think he can, he's got the range advantage with the skirms, plus the multiplier advantage. He's got Yuans to sort of sweep all the vills away from the base. He's gonna kill this vill. He's probably gonna go after these next. Doesn't matter that he has houses, because guess what? Yuans are just gonna siege those houses anyways, and guess what? Now, Nathan has actually put a stable on the field, and he's upgraded the Hussars to veteran. So he's going full cavalry now on top of infantry. Yeah, this isn't good. Also, he's built his crew factory to boot. This is really not good. This is a new building introduced to Wars of Liberty Germany. It's basically an artillery factory. And you can configure the factory to build different cannons. You can build falconets, called foot artillery in this mod. You can build culverins. You can build mortars. Heck, you could even build heavy cannons with it too later on with card. Actually, no, that card is actually an H3. If Nathan decided to have it here, you would actually be able to make heavy cannons in H3, which is crazy to think about, but no, you can actually get heavy cannons in H3. Through that one crew factory, though, of course, you don't get other factories that you can, utilize there. Oh boy, it looks like Zelda Verde has some Fenians here because he went double age up with the Irish immigrants. Okay. So, basically in this situation, I believe Fenians will be mostly useless. Yeah, because here's the thing. The Fenians can only damage assault cavalry really well, and Nathan has not made any cuirassiers yet. He's stuck the Hussars and Uhlans, which are considered scout units. So, basically the multipliers on these guys are basically useless right now. Which means they're kind of going to break even, Steven, in terms of matchups. They also don't even have any sort of multipliers in melee, so yeah, if these Hussars want to, they can just go right up in the face of these Fenians and just wipe them out. It's like really concerning. And of course the skirmishers' multipliers will affect them too, since they're classed as maneuver units, basically dragoons. So skirmishers will absolutely shred Fenians. But here comes the cuirassiers though. Yeah, this is what you would use Fenians for here, but the problem is some of them are already dead at this point, and you got a wall of skirmishers backing them up, so this is really not good. This is like the death ball situation when you're fighting in Germany, Hussar spam, skirmisher spam, cuirassier spam, and then cannons coming from the back of the crew factory. Yeah. So, yep, Nathan did a pretty good demonstration of Germany, I think. Certainly a bit unique, he decided to go with the skirmish unit first, instead of just straight up going line infantry, but I can understand why. Because he knew that he would be dealing with grenadiers of some kind, which he ended up doing, So having that bit of extra heavy infantry in his stack allowed him to get a bit of a better exchange and set him up well for later in the game, which it did. So yeah, no, this was a good match. GG. Good work. This is the type of matches we like to see in Wars of Liberty. Some really good players with some interesting civs, and they just duke it out pretty much, which I thought was pretty good. Most definitely. Alright, so now we're going to go on to another one. We're going to go on to game number 2. Let me pull it up. Boot into it again. Yeah, this is basically what you have to do in Wars of Liberty, unfortunately. Basically, there's this thing called a texture replace bug in Wars of Liberty, where certain game textures will degrade over time every time you play a new game, and the only way you get around it is by basically restarting the game after every match you either play or watch a recording of. Sounds a little bit weird, but it is true. So, yeah, it's not. I wish it was fake. It would make my life a lot easier, but hey, it only takes a second or two to do, and it ensures that all the textures on the units, at least most of the time, are going to look pristine and not look wonky or anything. Yeah. That's basically it. Let me see here. I'm trying to look for recordings. Okay, so the next one is going to be Mexico versus Germany 2. So there was a sequel to this one. It's called Mexico versus Germany 2. That should be right over here, this one. Right, so we'll see if Zelda Verde can learn his lesson. That's mainly going to be the point here. Can he learn his lesson? Because it looks like in the first game, he was completely out-trumped by his opponent there playing Germany, right? So it's still the same matchup. Nathan is the one doing Germany, and then Zelda Verde is the one doing Peru. Now, the difference is we are on a special map today called Hawaii. And Hawaii has this really cool feature called lava and a volcano. Look at the volcano. This is what volcanoes look like in the Legacy game. Nothing like the volcanoes we see in, Age of Pirates and Definitive Edition. A little bit more archaic looking, but nonetheless still is dangerous, right? So basically how volcanoes work in Wars of Liberty. You see all this lava here with the fire coming out of the ground? If your units walk on that lava, they will take damage, right? So look what happens to Explorer here. If he walks on that lava, right, he will take damage. Look, he went down by about 5 or so HP. And wait a minute, this isn't even Peru. This is Mexico. This is Mexico. You completely got his civ wrong, man. What are you doing, Willis? Oh, man. He doesn't even know what civ he's playing. I thought he was playing Peru. He's playing Mexico. He's completely abandoned Peru. And I understand why. I mean, I think, honestly, Mexico's going to have a lot better performance against Germany than Peru is. Mexico is often considered to be an S or A tier civ, so definitely a lot better of a matchup for sure. Yeah, basically how you start this map, Hawaii, you're all set up along the coastline. So Germany's up here, and then Mexico's down here. You start the game with 2 of these. These are called outrigger canoes. They're sort of like Polynesian boats. They can obviously fight just like a canoe and fire arrows at their enemies, and they can also fish. So, yep, it's best to either use them for scouting or fishing usually. And if you do decide to build Navy, they can act as a good little support. Just be aware that once you lose them, you lose them. You don't get any more of them, right? There's currently no civs in the mod that has this boat in their roster, so, hey, it's up to you how you use them. If you want them to die early, let them die early, but you're not getting them back. So, yeah. Looks like Nathan's doing the smart thing, and he's just keeping him on fish for right now, which I think is probably the smart play to do. What happened to Zelda Verde's other ship? Yeah, I think there's a bug sometimes where somebody doesn't get both of the boats. They only get one of them. It's not a huge deal, but it's definitely something that can be a bit annoying sometimes, for sure. Yeah. So, looks like Nathan is going to do what he did last time. He's going for the greedy Albright plan build order. So instead of shipping bills, he's just going for his Virginia company card now to cheapen those Mites Casernane houses and gain a ton of extra villagers, right? Yep, so he's got his first Mites Casernane here. And as soon as he picks that up and he ages up, he's going to move most of these villagers on the wood and thus be able to build more of those Mites Casernanes. Oh, interesting. He didn't grab all of this wood yet. See, that wasn't a mistake, actually. It's something you see a lot of higher level players do, which is they only grab the crates that they need, which is normally just food and enough wood to build a house, and then you take your villagers immediately off and you put them on food. That way you can age up slightly faster by a few seconds, and you reduce the chance of your villagers idling once they grab all the crates, right? Because remember, there's an idea in RTS about something called villager seconds, right? Villagers that are idle, villagers that are being, chased and raided, they're losing villager seconds. Losing seconds of gather time, which can be serious. So you want to reduce that as much as possible. And then one way to mitigate that is making sure you get your villagers off before all the crates are gone near your base. So, the villagers are always working on something, which is very important, Yeah. Something that affects even the best of players. Something they have to manage. Now that Germany's aging up, he will be able to sit here and chop wood. Every time he gets enough wood, he'll build a Mites Casernane. Much concerning after you research Albrecht plan costs about 88 wood. It's kind of the old school cost for the manor boom. Obviously, Definitive Edition made the manor houses a little bit more expensive, so technically these Mites Concerning booms are a bit more OP in the old game. Yeah. Okay, so once that house is done, a villager is born, just like that one. Same thing with this one. A villager comes out over here, exactly like that. Yep. And just like we've seen in the PK tournament, Nathan is going to incorporate a market into this too and actually get his hunting dogs. Yep, it's something you should do, you know. I used to always think it's better to just go straight up manor boom and not consider the market. But a lot of these higher level players like Phoenix and the R1s and D, they always go for the market, you know. First thing you can obviously get is Gang Saw, so you can actually improve your chopping rate a little bit. And then go for that hunting dogs too to ensure you have enough food for muskets and hussars, which for the case of Wars Liberty Germany, they're going to be making a ton of those, right? Yeah, so right over here, we got Mexico shipping in a Presidio wagon. That is usually always going to be the first card to send when you're Mexico, followed by Dia de los Muertos. Basically, this makes you a lot more defensible. Right, and there's a specific reason for that. Basically, Mexico has a really good defensive SID bonus, where when you kill a Mexican villager, called the Tlaquehuals, basically, they will leave behind a grave where they died. You might have noticed something similar with the Peruvian villagers for a different reason, but Mexico gets that too. Basically, the grave actually contains food, and the grave will trickle food to the player for a number of seconds. Right, so if you kill a Mexican villager, you will get food back for their death. Basically, the Dia de los Muertos, basically the Day of the Dead in Mexico, where they would basically, you know, provide food offerings to the dead and wear all those colorful skulls and stuff that you always see. Basically just that. Yeah, and pretty much, Mexico is almost like a porcupine sieve, especially if you research this card, Dia de los Muertos. You know why? Because this card actually improves the grave offerings of food by 200%, to the point that actually if you kill a Mexican villager, the Mexican civ will actually make back more food than the villager lost, you know, had. So, in essence, killing villagers could actually punish the player if they do it incorrectly, because that Mexico player will get that food back and surely use it for military or aging up. So you gotta be very methodical when you're fighting Mexico, that you don't just raid villagers for no reason. If you're gonna take them out, you take them out in large numbers, and you defend yourself in the event that Mexico surges forward with an attack of their own. Dealing with Mexico is a very complex situation. Yeah, and on top of that, if it didn't get any worse, they get this building called a Presidio. Basically, it's a secondary town center that's also a semi-fort. It actually has a range attack that protects it. It can also train infantry and cavalry just like a fort does, on top of being able to train villagers. The only negative aspect is the fact that its work rate is really bad. Right, it trains villagers slower and it trains military slower. So really, your town center is going to have a normal villager training rate like this, where it's super quick, whereas the Presidio, notice how slow it is, you know, it goes up a little bit. It's going a little bit slower, right? Whereas the town center, normal speed. And that's a balance effort, because basically, as you go deeper and deeper into the game, your build limit for the Presidios goes up by 1, right? In Age 1, you can have 1 Presidio, and then starting in Age 2, the build limit goes up by 1. So by the time you get to Imperial Age, you can have up to 5 of these Presidios on top of your 1 town center. Your town center build limit does not go up, though. It stays at 1, just so you know. The idea is to mainly just keep building Presidios if you want additional queues of vills or military, right? But as far as military is concerned, yes, you can still make barracks, stable, foundry, all that. It's just if you want to have sort of like a little bit of a mini fort, go for these, right? There's one rule, though. They have to be built either close to each other or close to a town center. So basically, initially when you start the game, you can only build Presidios within sort of like this radius. But now, You can build them a bit further up because you put a Presidio here and then you can link them up to that one. So, yeah. Mexico in that sense is indeed a very defensive civ. Both in the fact that they gain food back from Lost Villes and then the fact that they have the little mini forts called the Presidios. So they're kind of a turtle civ. But they do so in a very different way than the Portuguese do, for instance. Now, I think the one problem here, getting back to like real gameplay, is basically you haven't really pressured the Germany at all. And Germany has made it to full 20 Meizkasernaten houses. This is 20 extra villas into their economy. I mean, if we look at the villager build limit right now, they already have 48 villagers on the field, which is a lot. And Germany actually gets a smaller build limit of villagers because they have the Krupp factory structures that count as economy. Not necessarily economy in like gaining resources, but economy in the sense that they get free artillery from it, so it's a significant like boon in resources. So actually looking at that build limit, essentially at this point Germany already has more than half the villagers they can acquire during the game under normal circumstances, right? Which is crazy. And then he's going to go up with the city planner so he can eke out the rest of them very quickly. Yeah, most definitely. Looks like Zelda Verde has captured the Kahuna site. Basically, this is the Hawaiian sort of native settlement area you can find on the island. Looks like Mexico's also putting up a barracks. They're also aging up too, going up with the second French wave. Looks like they started out with French immigrants and they're going to go all the way. Going full French immigrants as Mexico can be very rewarding, because if you do reach Imperial Age, you get a bonus where all of your military upgrades lose their gold costs, so you only have to pay the wood costs, which makes things a lot cheaper, and it means you can queue up what is the majority of your military going to be gold units without a hitch, you know what I mean? Be very quick. Also, he's going to be putting up a dock as well and doing some sort of fishing. I think this is a very smart move, especially considering how much fish and whales are on the map. Zelda Verde is definitely playing into his environment very well, which I think is going to be pretty smart at the end of the day, for sure. Oh, yeah, well, look at that. He's got the French workers out, too. Yeah, basically every one of these immigrant colonies does have a unique worker as well that specializes in something, and they usually do bad at everything else. The French workers are a bit unique, though, because they don't really specialize in anything, except for having better combat stats of a Coureur de Bois. But gather rate-wise, they gather at normal pace on everything, so they're almost like regular vills with better combat abilities, making them way more useful than the majority of the immigrant workers you can find in the game. So, yep, feel free to train your French workers right away just to act as extra vills. They'll definitely count towards your eco good regardless of what you put them on. Oh, wow, good. 2 Zebu treasure. That's great. 2 very valuable herdables. Looks like Zelver is going to go musket with the conscripto. Does he have the necessary card fact? Yes, he does. The Suprimos Poderes. This adds about 2 range on the conscriptos, making them a 14 range unit, and adds 15% damage to him too. So I think he's kind of moving in the right direction as long as he picks up that card. He has not yet, so we'll have to wait and see. He is getting the 1,000 wood though. 1,000 wood could go towards a lot of things. It can go into upgrading his conscriptos. He could probably get out Presidio with that, basically, right? Because oh wow, yeah, Presidios cost about 400 wood now. So that means he could build 2 more Presidios to reach the build limit of 3 and still afford veteran conscripto. What else is he doing? So he is queuing fishing boats here. And back over here, it looks like Nathan is switching into skirmisher. I think that's a pretty good idea. Yeah, that's going to be a good boost for him against his Mexican opponent there, because Mexico's just spamming conscriptos, probably expecting a musket rush of some kind. And he's going to get a rude awakening again from these 20 range skirmishers with 2x against heavy. So I think he's sending himself up for another bad situation again until he makes some sort of cavalry, right? You know, Mexico does get some really strong lanceros. So I think A, Mexico needs to go lanceros, or B, they should consider mosquiteros too, which is another unit they really specialize in. So there's really no excuse why you don't get any cavalry up. But oh wait, it's complicated now because now you got cuirassiers there. So now you got a really strong cavalry unit with splash attack and hand attack now. Yep, splash attack here, and then you got the hand armor right there at 30% since it's a assault unit, so it's a heavy cavalry unit, thus it has hand armor. And then more skirmishers coming out over there. Okay, so he's upgrading his fishing with crab hunting, upgrading his line of sight. It looks like 2. What else is he going for? Oh, he is adding in some soldaderos now. I think that's good. That could actually work in his favor, because now he's going to have a bit more skirmishers in. Another thing that Mexico takes advantage of is every time they research a technology, they get a free doliente. Dolientes are basically just Mexico's version of the crossbow with the volunteer. 16 range skirmish unit that obviously not as heavy hitting as an H3 skirmisher, but they do shadow tech. Right, you never have to upgrade these guys. These guys will just upgrade automatically with each age up. So until you get into a fight, they're just going to be a supplementary skirmish unit that you can use against heavy infantry. I think in that sense, Mexico's looking a little bit better here than they were doing in the Peru game, because basically now they at least have some sort of longer range infantry to contest against the skirmishers with. Still isn't looking good, but it's at least looking a little bit better. Right, and obviously Mexico is going double dog fish boom right now, which is going to hopefully allow them at least to catch up a little bit to their opponent. And he is going for the second fishing tech as well, right over here. The Tilafa, that one there. Yep, that'll be the second fish upgrade. Does he have any fishing cards? He does not, so this is like a totally land-based deck. As I was going to say, if he had like fish market, rendering plan, he'd probably want to consider that as well, just to put him in a much better position. He's picking up bay horses. This is to cheapen the cost of assault cavalry. So is Mexico actually concerned to go with Scoltas at all? Because if he isn't, that's kind of a waste of a technology. Actually, this one is too, the Verde Desleza. This is only for hand infantry, so unless you're going Pardo, Spearmen, or Mosquiteros as Mexico, you probably should never send this one as well. Yeah, really he needs, if he's going Conscripto Solidaro, he needs a lot of both, so that he can deal with these more superior units right now. Yeah, I think he's going to fall a bit behind if he doesn't fix that very quickly. Yeah, and when you look stats-wise, Solidaros certainly have a lot less HP, but they do have a bit more damage. Right. Oh, wait a minute. No, they actually have more range. They have 22 range. I never even remembered that, actually, that Solidaros have 2+ range over the skirmishers. So, yeah, no, he needs to get more of these Solidaros right now. He also does have Mondragon rifle as well for late game, which will allow him to shoot 20% faster. I think that's critical that he tries to get towards age 4 then, so he can really maximize their use. We'll see, though. I mean, he's going to have to do this pretty carefully, I think, honestly. Also, be careful of the lava. Oh, man, don't get them away from the lava. See what he did there? He, like, walked him right over the lava and he took damage from it. You got to be careful. Oh, Nathan's going to hit the lava too, though. He's going right into the lava. Oh, good. Draw him in a bit. Oh, you should fight him in melee right here and make him... Oh, wait a minute, though. He already has 3 Falconets. Does he have a crew pack? Oh, he made some with the foundry. Oh, that's bad. Now he has to retreat. Yeah, retreat back. Make him come over here so the lava will shred some of his skirms. He's going to lose skirmishers to lava. Look at that. They're going to burn to death. His skirms are burning to death right now. He just lost one. Okay, he's running more skirms into the... He doesn't even care because he thinks he has the advantage. He's just letting him run into the lava. Oh, but he's going to the lava now. Now, try to lure Nathan into the lava so that you can pepper some of his units easier and wipe them out. And then you can engage with the cavalry next, yeah. Oh, he's got some units. That's great, because you're going to need units to fight this much assault cavalry here. Oh, why are you putting the units in the front, though? Oh, he's trying to fight the arc. You don't have enough yet. You can't do that. You need at least probably like 30, 40 units to fight that many cannons with that many protected skirmishers. And now he's going to lose his whole army. He's going to get completely surrounded. You can't do that, because cuirassiers have 1 splash damage. If you get into a close ball like that, you're going to get surrounded and you're going to get sliced apart by those sabers. And now he's completely cooked because he didn't want to, like, play defensively here. I mean, you should have had more army for sure and probably should have traded with this market a bit to get the army out, but certainly you should have been playing more to lure the enemy into the lava and putting yourself in a better position where his cavalry would have to walk over the lava or something. But now he didn't do that. Now he's on the back pedal. Yeah. He's going to ship in Solidaris. He's going to ship in Lanceros. He is queuing up units and Solidaris right now. But that's really bad because he doesn't have like any Unimass right now. Most definitely not. So he's going to be really suffering right now. Oh boy, he's going to lose all those vills. He's going to get a ton of food though, so we'll have to see what he does with that food. Yeah, like, look at all the does with those graves he's going to get out of all those dead Blancos up there. It's going to be quite big. Oh man, it looks like he got 1 Falcon. Oh, he lost the whole Solidaris shipment in one go. That's what I'm talking about. You gotta be more strategic with your unit placement. You know, you can't just land your units right on top of stuff like that. Because Zelda Verde usually can play pretty good. I mean, I don't know what he's doing right now. He's kind of fumbling the ball right now. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of fumbling the ball right now, and I don't know why he's doing that. He's like making it real easy for Nathan to take him out without much of a challenge. You know, he's giving him good opportunities for him to use splash damage with the cavalry and good opportunities to use splash damage with the artillery. It's like brutal. I think one more shot on that Falcon is down. Yeah, most definitely. Absolutely. Oh, insane. Can't make this stuff up. Can't make this stuff up, man. You can't. It's getting crazier and crazier and crazier. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. What is it? No, man. Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing, dude? Oh, no. Yep, it's over. Pretty much over at this point. He did... Oh, he retreated right... Oh, Nathan put his secondary town center up there, too. That's really not good. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, see... I feel like he had potential here, but he just chose... Trying to keep the game alive. Respect Carditos. Oh, most definitely, Sagawai. We gotta keep Wars of Liberty alive until the Middle East patch comes out. Absolutely. Middle East patch is coming out this month, so that's why I'm casting all this stuff for you right now. I want to make sure the Wars of Liberty community gets all its game recs casted, done, before that patch releases. I don't know what day it's going to come out, I don't know what hour it's going to come out, but it's going to be this month. So where are we on the 10th right now? Time's crunching for me to get these done, you know? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get these done for the sake of the Wars of Liberty community, because the Wars of Liberty community makes a lot of awesome games, and they're really worth showing to the world, you know? And who knows, Middle East patch might be so successful, so well played, that people look back to these old castings and look at how much cool strategy there is. For sure. Oh yeah, no, most definitely. I feel like every time I play Wars of Liberty, it feels like peak strategy whenever I do it, you know? I like never get tired of the strategy that goes into a Wars of Liberty match. The different types of unit classes, mercenaries, Sid bonuses, matchups. I never get tired of Wars of Liberty, you know. It's why when when I was a college student, and like right after I graduated from college and had no employment, I could sit in front of my monitor 20 hours a day and just play Wars of Liberty with people. I wouldn't even do anything else. And when sometimes I wouldn't even eat. I'd just play Wars of Liberty and it was so good. That's why I know this stuff so well, and this is why I'm so well attuned to the mod. That every time a patch happens, I know within so many minutes how that new feature works, how the new balance affects everything, and I know it right away. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep casting these games for as long as people submit them, for sure. But I will say, I would say, unless you try to submit your recordings now, if you got any. You don't have to if you don't have them. I'm not going to tell you to go play a ton of games and submit them to me, but if you got any old game Wars of Liberty recordings that you never submitted, submit them now. Submit them tomorrow. Submit them next day. Because every day you wait is one day closer to when the patch is going to come out, and then, it's going to be harder for me to cast those out. So let's try to get them done before the patch releases. So when Middle East Day comes out and we have a ton of games submitted, they're all going to be Middle East based. We're going to be looking at Uzbeks, Saudis, Persians, Afghans. That's what I want the first day to be when I'm casting stuff. Explaining Middle East combat to you in live games with other people. And seeing how they especially interact with the civs that already exist, Because even though, Middle East were the new civs added, some of the old civs did get new native units, right? Obviously the French, the British, the Russians, and the Ottomans, of course, all have new shipments of natives, right? No Armenians. They got Druze, they got Assyrians, Lebanese Maronites, and a multitude of other ones too. Alevi, Quizabash, you name it. So lots of different natives in the game right now. Ooh, Mexico went with an industrial age down here? Really? That's crazy. That's kind of funny though. I mean, he's not going to get anything out of it, but hey, he's racking up the clock. I don't know why, but he is. Okay, so yeah, Lancero's there. Yeah, funny way to rack up the clock, I guess. We see that a lot in Wars of Liberty, I'll be watching a match, I'm oh, he's dead. And then that person will rack up the clock for 10 to 20 minutes, stalling out somewhere, and I'm dude, what are you doing? What are you doing, Lottie? Yeah, I'm fine with it. I mean, it just makes the stream a little bit longer and makes it more likely someone will make it to watch a new match, I think. That's why I'm fine with it, I'm generally fine with these games that, stall out like that, because it just means we're going to get to watch more and more people are going to see more games, because we're not going to breeze through them as fast, and you're more likely to be able to sit in and get to watch more of them live, which I think is good. For sure. Alright, so Solidar is probably going to be the last. Oh no, he's shipping in units now too. Does he have infinite? No, he doesn't even. See, this is one thing I would critique you on if you're playing the Lab Civ. A lot of American Civs have a lot of infinite cards for units, so I would say probably, where you can, sacrifice the bigger cards for the infinite shipments, so that you can send them again and again and again in situations like this. So that if you run into a lot of heavy cavalry, you can ship units 3, 4, 5 times and deal with that threat and be training skirmishers on the other side, That way you're getting the most optimal combat as a Lab Civ. Yeah, for sure. Because if I recall correctly, Solidaris do get infinite shipments as a Civ, and so do units. So I don't know what Zelda Verde is thinking. You should get some infinite shipments. Yes, the cards will deliver slightly less units that way, but they will be sendable again and again. And be able to give you a lot of long-term value. A lot of long-term value out of how they're going to be used, you know what I mean? And if you're hey, these cards will be useless by the time they get to age 4 because the numbers will be too small. Well, a lot of those infinite shipments do get H4 variants too, on top of the H3 ones. So just send the bigger one in H4 once it reaches H4. Yeah, it muddles up your deck a bit from getting upgrades, but to me it works pretty good usually. That's why I usually do, on average. Yeah. Alright, so we're going to restart the game again. It was a good demonstration of Hawaii. Hawaii is a really cool map in Wars of Liberty, and I'm glad we get to show it today, because a lot of these newer Wars of Liberty fans probably have never seen the Hawaii map before and why it looks so cool with the lava and stuff. So whoever's idea it was to play on Hawaii, thank you. I appreciate it, you know, it's a really good map. Alright, so let me see here. What's the next recording we're looking at? Trying to scroll down to here right now. Wait a minute, where's Wars of Liberty server? Right here, right? Okay, so which one are we on now? We just looked at Peru versus Germany 1 and 2, even though the second one wasn't even Peru. Now we're going to look at some Nathan versus Gommuistan games that I actually never got to cover yet. Surprisingly, they still exist. Alright, so we'll do those right now, actually, yeah. So let me do some. Alright. Let me go to those right now. This one right here. Yep. It's GVNA, right? Just making sure. Okay, so it is that. So we'll do this one first, and then number 2. And then there's our ones, yeah. Okay, so after that, it's G versus NA 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So let's start with this one first. Then we can move on to the other ones next. Just seeing where the other ones are when we're ready for it. So it looked like those ones were a bit... Yeah, okay, so they are here. Alright, good to know. Just for quality assurance purposes, we will do the ones that have a parentheses in them, just to make sure we get the right one. Yeah, most definitely. And I did confirm earlier that these were different files because the amount of bytes in them were different. Okay, so this is the first one. We got Nathan as Ottomans, and then we got Gommuistan as Haudenosaunee. So they're playing all vanilla today. All vanilla. And even though Haudenosaunee is a Native American, he's already converted a Janissary from the nearby treasure. Treasure of Turkish delight worth 70 food. And now he has a Janissary to support him as well, which is pretty cool. These Janissaries look pretty good, actually. 34 range attack, 141 HP. Obviously not as tanky as a real Janissary, but the damage is a lot more. Interesting. So we're on the map of Tuscany, which is in Italy. Biggest thing of this map is how beautiful the textures are and terrains are here. Now, as far as trade is concerned, there are about like 2 trade routes on this map, and they all have about 5 trading posts on them. So yeah, if you're Ottomans, this is like a treasure map for the Ottomans, because as you know, Ottomans love their trade posts. They'll build on as many trading posts as they possibly can, right? Especially in that age 1 to 2 transition when you're playing on vanilla. So if Nathan wants to be super greedy, he could like grab one of these whole trade routes, or at least majority of them, and start eating off of them. Again, a ton of XP to go into his very powerful crates and unit shipments, which is especially important for Ottomans in Wars of Liberty, because Wars of Liberty Ottomans do not get veteran or guard upgrades. They only get the Imperial one. Though it is a bit stronger. It is a bit stronger. It's like an 85% stat Imperial upgrade instead of a 50% one. But yeah, either way, you have to be a little bit cautious, I would say, for sure. Actually, no, I think it's more 90% or 95% Imperial upgrade, actually. Yeah. Shouldn't matter, though. So, I'm in deck here. BO, build order. So, this is kind of the way a Legacy Ottoman deck should look like. You got 1 food crate, 2 wood, 2 gold, Janissaries, delis. You got your Safahi Falconet Mamluk Sapanades 3, as well as 2 Jan shipments and a Delhi one. It's 4 Bombard factories, and then he does have the advanced train posts. So this is the map this would be most appropriate on. So I would totally look into scouting the map out and maybe using the advanced train posts if I'm Almonds, right? Whereas Haishani's, as you know, they're much more of a hardcore rush civ, right? They're one of the easiest rush civs in the game. So, yeah, basically it's going to be about using his forward travois to build a war hut and start pressuring the Ottomans right away. Particularly those Aena Bowmen and their anti-heavy multipliers to try to cut down Nathan's Janissaries. And Nathan in turn will want to do a double barracks Janissary rush to make sure he can always maintain superior numbers in those matchups, and perhaps overwhelm those archers, even though they do supposedly have the range and rate of fire and multiplier advantages. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, I think this will be a pretty good matchup. We'll see who is the better player here. If the Haudenosaunee really knows what he's doing, he should be able to get a hard rush and beat the Ottomans very quickly. If the Ottomans are good defenders and they can mass up, I think Haudenosaunee will have a big issue, for sure. One thing I will say about this deck, though, Gommuistan has a lot of economic stuff with this deck. He's got sawmills, he's got food silos, and he's got sustainable. So he does have late game farm potential. Which, I mean, obviously not as good. It's not as good as European farm potential because you got no eco theory and no refridge, but it's still somewhat considerable, especially if he wants to make some of his more food-heavy units in the late game, like the Kanye West Horsemen, the Musket Riders, the Aenas, all those. Yep. Alright, look, he does have improved buildings. He has extensive fortifications, too. Interesting. So he does have some ways of improving the build limit on his towers, which I think is pretty nice. Engineering school for the training of artillery. Conservative tactics. It's got really all the infantry upgrades and the artillery ones. Even has new ways. That's always good because that will allow him to like upgrade his units with some of the European arsenal upgrades, which is always nice. He's going to be... Oh, Gommuistan's going up with the Wise Woman, so not going up with the Fast Age up. Whereas Nathan aging up with Artisan. Artisan is the same as Quartermaster, so it gives you about 400 wood. If you know anything from the PK tournament, 400 wood for Ottomans means they will be likely going double barracks Janissary, right? Or some other early game play. It's when you see the Ottomans going more the direction of like Governor General or something like that you're probably going to see a fast fortress, right? For sure. Yep, he is going 700 wood, so yeah, he's probably buckling down with either a double barracks Janissary rush or a Janissary Abbess Gunner rush. One or the other. That's what I'm seeing here anyways. Yeah. And since he is bringing in all that wood, he will be able to basically keep his bills off of wood for a while and just focus on food and gold, which is really good. And so, what is he doing with these two settlers here? Notice how Wars of Liberty sort of reskinned the Ottoman villagers long before Definitive Edition did with the Uruks. It's kind of interesting, yeah. Okay, so barracks over here it looks like. And what after that? Are we going to see another barracks or are we going to see a foundry? Because he did get 2 villages there. He should have technically built his second structure now alongside that one. Because typically it's more efficient to have like one builder build a building instead of 2, unless you really need it up quickly. So I don't know why he's sort of just having 2 villas here on the barracks. He should really just split one of, split that other villa off and build another barracks. Right over here. Yep. That's what he should have done from the start, because now he's losing a bit of time, and time is imperative if you're fighting the Haudenosaunee, because Haudenosaunee, they get their war hut travel out like instantly, and they can start pounding you with archers. So every second you waste getting the second barracks up as Ottomans is just giving Haudenosaunee more time to overpower you with their archer multipliers against your heavy infantry. The only way you stand up against that is obviously maintain 2 continuous queues of Jans, so that HP starts to overwhelm the archers. But if you don't have it, if the raw strength isn't there, it's just going to move out of your favor very quickly and you're going to have problems. So, yeah. Concerning stuff, I would say, for sure. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens here. It's hard to say for sure. It looks like Gommuistan did get his war hut up. He put it in a defensive posture here, which I think is smart. Gommuistan scouted out his enemy's position, right? Yes, he did. He actually scouted out right now, actually, with his Janissaries. So, yeah, he knows he's dealing with double barracks Janissaries. So, if you're the Hashani, ship in those archers, ship in your Kanye West horsemen to do some sort of raiding. He already has a few tomahawks here, which is very smart, right? So he's already got a bit of defense. He's going to have the archers to supplement him. And he should be able to handle the one batch of Janissaries, I think. Well, I think he delayed his garrison there and he did lose a bill. Okay, so archers coming out now and then Kanye West horsemen after that. I think, yep. Alright, so we got 7 archers, 4 tomahawks. Then you're going to be shipping in 4 cavalry as well. Yeah, so far he's getting a leg up because you see he's got the Ottomans in a bit of a retreat there. However, Ottomans did get out their batch of delis from the home city and thus they're going to press into Hadashai right now. Gommuistan predicted that, did get some more tomahawks ready and he is sort of going to take a defensive posture here, right around his longhouse. For right now, it looks like Ottomans do have the initiative and they, as long as they can keep up Janissary numbers, they can overwhelm their opponent very quickly, as we're going to see. So, yeah. We'll see if that ends up happening there. Alrighty then, I'm just trying to see positionally where they're going. So it looks like Ottomans are coming down through the bottom now. They're going to have their cavalry fall along this trajectory here. He's got to keep his cavalry away from the front though, because if they get too close, the tomahawks will shred them up. Right now, it looks like Gommuistan is enjoying a range advantage of his archers, and he is actually able to like take out a couple of the Janissaries so far. Also, he has his war chief with them, boosting up the HP on his guys, as well as providing his special abilities to damage the Janissaries a bit. Okay, so cavalry are going to thrust right in after the archers. He's connecting to the archers somewhat. Oh no, but now the tomahawks have sliced into him too much and he has to retreat. Warhut should be able to finish him off there, I think. But see, that was a bit of a trap now, because now his Janissaries are right on top of your archers. Not good. Okay, tomahawks are in. And now he's got a lot of range units to fight your Jans with. Crazy. Tomahawks now have to come back over here. Here comes the cavalry, though, the Kanye West horsemen, to cut into the Janissaries. Oh man, look at that. Oh boy. Crazy stuff right there. See, I think right now it's kind of even, Steven. I mean, either side can win this. does look like Gommuistan is cleaning these up with the help of the town center and the war hut range attacks. Somewhat, anyways. Another Janissary down. Here's some more bowmen here. Good. Yep, let's see these archers attack onto the Jans now. Very interesting. Alright, so he's queuing up more and he's starting to ship in his 5 Janissary shipment right now. What's his route? So he's got about 500 gold and then he had 500 food. Now he's putting into the burner there. What about Gommuistan though? So he's looking a little bit weaker in food. He is sending in conservative tactics though, yeah. He is sending conservative tactics. This will buff up the archers and the tomahawks by about 10% in HP and attack. So yep, pretty much it's a really good upgrade card to always go for when you're the Haudenosaunee. It also affects mantlets too. So if you like the mantlets as a siege unit later in the game, you'll also beef them up as well, which is quite good. Oh, Gommuistan also has some trade as well. He's going to stagecoach. Where's he going to stagecoach? He's going to stagecoach onto this one, but unfortunately it looks like it's right up against Nathan's position there. So I don't know if he wants to like switch that stagecoach over there. Well, what's going to happen is he's going to lose the train post, right? But Gommuistan's going to get like... Yeah, see, he canceled that out ahead of time, and now he's just bringing in more archers because he knows he's going to lose that site. One of the things you want to do when you're Haudenosaunee, if you can, try to get a stagecoach going on a trade route, just so you're bringing in enough resources in to support your archer and tomahawk production. Unfortunately, his opponent did cancel that out, but that just means he gets to reclaim some of that food and wood, and thus get some more troops out, yeah. At this stage, I think if you're Haudenosaunee, you can just go away in a bowman against the Janissaries. We haven't seen any sort of move into stable yet, right? Most definitely not. He is getting a foundry in the back, which should be concerning because that means Abyss guns are going to be a threat now. But I will say, if you can get enough archers to like overwhelm the Abyss, it should be fine. Because the archers do have a better rate of fire than the Abyss do, so it can sometimes work good. One thing that you can get on this map is a treasure as a pet is Tibbs the pet cat. He's a little kitty cat and he can go into stealth and he can actually, you know, be really good for reconnaissance, which is quite good. Yeah. Oh, okay, it looks like Nathan is training Abyss right now, just so you know. Alright, so Tomahawks and AM Bowman coming up at this point to attack the Janissaries, it looks like, yeah. Let's see what he does with them there. Man, yeah, look at that. And attacked. It's definitely. Looks like archers, at least for now, will be able to clean up here. Oh, watch out though, Janissaries right on top of them. It's crazy, man. Oh boy, yeah, the one thing that gives the archers the advantage here is number 1, the multipliers, and number 2, the rate of fire. For every shot that the Janissaries fire with the rate of fire of 3, the AM Bowman with the rate of fire of 1.5 shoots about 2 arrows for every shot the Jans do. Which means they're actually dipping out a lot more damage than you realize. And thus, Gommuistan is able to clean up really majority of these Janissaries, and the ones that are alive are basically one shot away from dying right now. He could actually use his cat to actually finish some of these off. He's always going to use Tibbs to try to take out his Janissary. He was trying to get the one in the back, I think, yeah. How is Nathan's resource count, though? So Nathan has ceased production of Janissaries and he's going full Abyss now. Yeah, that's kind of good though, because that means basically If Gommuistan can respond quickly, he could get a corral up and do some of his Kanye West horsemen to cut down those abbas, which would be a huge pivot in his direction. Yeah, most definitely. Oh boy, more archers. Picking up hunting dogs too, which will mean even easier production of the Anna Bowman as well. I think in this position, Harshnai should be able to clean this up easily. Yeah. Unless Nathan has the chance to build up his Janissary numbers again. He is picking up the artillery attack card, which will beef up his Abbas guns by a considerable amount. Yes, so we will have to watch that carefully. Gommuistan, again, more archers, fine. What else does he have this end? So from here on out, he's got just upgrades. He's got wood, he's got this. No infinite shipments, though. That's one thing to watch for. Like, you know, Ha's trying to get some good late-game crate-related shipments that you can send infinitely. Fortunately, does not have that. I think that would have been a good consideration, but considering how early game the Ha's matches are typically, it's not like a total requirement, I would say. Okay, so... Alright, so Gommuistan tried to jump on him when he was trying to siege there. Okay, so archers do start to volley into the Jans now. Okay, so he is using some of his archers to micro the Abbas, which is very critical here. Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so Gommuistan will win this, because he just has the numbers advantage, right? Nathan is trying to micro in and mess up his micro to get maximum damage, but from what I can tell, it's working in Gommuistan's favor. Look at all the Abbas he's cleaning out. And he's getting another batch of archers right now, too. Oh, yeah, no, that's GG. That's GG. Yep, that's a win there for Gommuistan. Very interesting, you know? No one expects in Wars of Liberty, with all the civs and reworks available, for someone to actually play Ottomans versus Haudenosaunee, but there we go. That could have been a game right out of the PK tournament, honestly. That's how good that is, honestly, for sure. Absolutely. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to restart the game again, and we're going to look at the second game that they did. It's named very similarly in the recordings directory, so it should be easy to pull up and retrieve. Let's check it out right now. Here we are. We're loaded right into it. Let's see what we got. Looking forward to it, honestly. Oh, yeah, most definitely. It's always good to see a good Wars of Liberty match, for sure. So, this will be great. It'll be legendary. The game will be called G versus NA 2 with the parentheses 1. Yep, pretty much. Because there were some games that Gommuistan previously did under the same naming category, but the file sizes were different, so I knew right away that they were indeed different recordings. So we're going to have to make sure we do the one specifically with the... Oh, God. Did I just... Oh, no. I accidentally loaded the scenario editor. Close it. Crash it. Let's crash Bandicoot then. Okay, there we go. Okay. That's fine. Sometimes I have a bad habit of accidentally clicking scenario editor because it's the button right on top of the record game one. And that will actually cause the replace bug as well. So I usually like to... just restart the game typically if I accidentally do that. So now we're in record games. I was wondering why it was taking so long to load up, but that was why. G versus NA. This one right here. So let's see what they're playing this time. Is it going to be more Haudenosaunee Ottomans? What is it going to be exactly? Alright, here we are. Let's see what we got. So, what do we have exactly? We got Gommuistan versus Nathan. Gommuistan will be playing Inca today. It's one of the Native American cids that Wars of Liberty introduced. Well, you know, technically they're in Definitive Edition, but this is long before Definitive Edition was even a thing. And then Nathan is going Almonds again. So we got Inca versus Almonds, folks. Should be a cool matchup. So, big difference between Definitive Edition and Wars of Liberty Incas. Incas in Wars of Liberty start out with the Chasqui right away. And then you get this cool explorer guy called the Sapa Inca. Basically, the Emperor of the Inca on top of his throne and people carrying him around everywhere. Basically, as far as like all the explorers building functionalities and combat functionalities, that's what the Chasqui does. But the real quote-unquote hero unit that doesn't die would be the Sap Inca, right? And basically what you do with the Sap Inca is you can train more Chasquis for food and wood. They cost about 40 food and 40 wood, about the same cost as a crossbow or pikeman, and you can have up to 10 of them. And the more of them you have, obviously, the more treasures you'll be able to take. What the Sap Inca also does is he acts as a good support unit that can actually not only provide an aura for nearby units as far as HP and stats, but he can also use a mass heal ability to heal up nearby troops as well. So it's kind of imperative you keep the Sap Inca in your base so he doesn't get destroyed. And if you do need to get some big treasures, try to just train a few extra Chasquis to do that. Some smart Inca players who are really intelligent with their micro can actually use Chasquis to raid villagers and harass. So that's one thing you can totally do, but just be aware that your age of time will be delayed if you train Chasquis that way, right? Because think of it, if you make 5 of them, you're basically paying about 200 food, which you could use towards your age up, so you have to be careful, right? Most definitely. But that's the thing, though. Incas don't actually use food to age up, at least in age 2. They actually use gold, because Incas and Wars of Liberty are very gold-heavy civ. Yeah. They're gold-heavy in 2 ways, pretty much. They're gold-heavy in the fact that they age up with gold in the first age, and then in the subsequent ages, they actually pay more gold to age up than food, which is kind of rare, right? Because normally you pay 2,000 food to go to Industrial Age and then 1,200 gold. But no, for Incas, it's 2,000 gold and 1,200 food, which is completely flipped on its head. Also, Inca buildings cost gold. So Town Center costs 600 gold. House costs about 100 gold. So yeah, gold gathering is very important for the Incas. And that is why you see the Incas with both villagers on the gold mine as well as on food. Right, you really just need enough food to be able to queue up the villagers. But the real resource you need is the gold. That's why a majority of the villagers are on the gold right now. However, there is a bonus for the Inca Civ, where while villagers work, they are gathering gold while they work. So each of these villagers is actually trickling about 0.16 gold per second. Basically a little bit over 1/10 of 1 gold per second. By just working on food or mines or wood or whatever. So yeah, basically just that. Pretty much you're rewarded for gathering tons and tons of gold, basically, yeah. Which is quite good. The more gold you gather, the more you're going to be able to build buildings, age up faster, and train some of your gold-heavy units like your Huamacas, your artillery, that sort of stuff. Because you do get artillery as a civ, too. You get, and not just light cannons either. You get, like, special mortars, and then you get the Boca Fuego as well. Which is actually a food and wood costing cannon that all the South American natives can do, but that's besides the point. Yeah, and then obviously later in the game, you can actually make tanks and airplanes and zeppelins and dreadnoughts and submarines with all that gold too as the Inca. So don't think that the Inca can't go to World War I, because they absolutely can. It's quite good. Yep, most definitely. Looks like the Inca are aging up with the messenger, right? Oh no, the High Priest. Interesting. Interesting choice. You can build a market there, yep. So basically how markets work for Incas is they get hunting tax, wood chopping tax, and then they get tax that actually increases the trickle rate of that gold. So they don't get actually any sort of mining tax per se. The only gold tax that you get at the market for Inca are just the ones to improve their trickle rate of gold while they work on multiple tasks, right? Because think of it this way, while these villagers are all are mining gold right now, they're actually trickling gold on top of the amount that they're mining. So they kind of get two gold incomes working at the same time, which is good. It's definitely 700 gold coming in. Very nice. Deck's the same, right? Yep, deck is exactly the same. Got your royal decree too, but no palace intrigue, which is interesting. Moss construction, yeah, moss construction. No moss construction there. For the Incas, though, what do we got? We got Vils, Crates, Bolas warriors. We got the Pish tacos. I call them fish tacos. Basically, Inca soldiers with guns. They really could be considered like Caroliners almost in the way they function, I would say. More Huamacas. Then you got the Michael Horsemen. The cavalry you can only get through the home city or through specialized big bun techs at your military unit, the military building, the Ushnu. Basically a big temple, right? So yeah, pretty much the Incas are kind of a weird civ militarily. They don't have barracks, stables, or foundries. They just have this big temple called the Ushnu, which you see right here. It's a big giant temple. It trains infantry and it trains their artillery units. Then it also is how you actually access Manco horsemen through the town center. So instead of having like normal big buns at the town center, what the Incas get is they get these different like sort of muster techs, where every time you research a tech, it produces a certain amount of Manco horsemen at each Ushnu that you own. And you can have up to 5 of these, by the way. You can have up to 5 Ushnus. So the first big bun will give you 1 Manco horseman at each Ushnu, so up to 5. Second one, 2, so you can have up to 10. And then the last one is 3, so you can have up to 15 Manco horsemen, right? And then on top of that, you can ship them in. And then the shipments do restart in Imperial Age, just like most unit shipments do, so you can get them again, which is quite good. They're basically just like super tanky cavalry. They get a lot of hit points. They got hand armor. They're more or less like Mamluks, basically. Mamluks that upgrade with each age. So, quite nifty in that sense, I would say, for sure. Got your Huamacas here, Bolas warriors. The Bolas warriors in this game, of course, are the older ones, so they're good against muskets and dragoons. They're not good against cav. Then Huamaca, just really good spearmen, right? Good rate of fire. Hand attack's quite solid. Multipliers are good. You can actually increase your multipliers later on with the support card, so pretty good unit. I mean, Huamacas can be used for more than just cavalry a lot of the time. And of course their siege is really good too. They get a siege of about 30. And then with this card here, the Violent Conquest, they can basically bring their siege up to like 45 without any other upgrades, which is really big. That's a big jump. So yeah, no, Huamacas are like siege masters basically. Just a couple of them can like take out a trading post with these, like this one. Also, looks like Gommuistan's picking up his second hunting tech there. The hunting Bolas right over here. First one's tracking. Second one is hunting Bolas. What is Nathan up to? So Nathan actually went for a fast fortress. And he's probably going to go for Sifahi Falconet. Mamluk, something like that. He is also pumping in a foundry as well to make Abbas guns. So, I don't know what he's going for. Alright, so he went up. And he went up with the scout, right? He aged up with the scout to get some delis, it looks like. So how is those delis going to factor into anything? I don't know. We'll have to see. Trying to examine this right now. Alright, he's picking up his steam machinery. Abbas coming in. 1,000 coin coming in. Does that mean we're going to get a fast industrial? Is that what that means? Yeah, I mean, he's not shipping anything in. He's not going Safai, he's not going Mamluk. None of those big boy H3 cards I would probably assume that he's doing. He's not doing it. So I have no idea what he's planned exactly. What this... I mean, I don't know what he's up to. My biggest guess is either going to be putting that coin right into Abyss Guns or he's going for a fast industrial right now. Yeah, most definitely. Because you're going to need Abyss for these Wambakas, I'm telling you. And if he gets a lot of them, even the Abyss will get kind of overwhelmed a little bit. So you got to really nip that in the bud real fast and put some real boots on the ground there to deal with that, I would say, for sure. Yeah. Alright, so Steel Trap's coming in for food. Very nice. More Abyss coming in. Okay, so this is Aini. This is the second Marketech for Gold Trickle. So notice how he researched the first one already, and his vills are now bringing in 0.19 gold per second instead of 0.16. Once he researches this, it goes up to 0.26, which is a lot more. There's actually another one he can get to that'll bring it up even more. And then there's one more in Imperial Age that will bring it up astronomically even higher. So... yeah, over time, your villagers will just become real masters at generating coin, whether they're on mines or not. Yeah. Because look at how much gold he's racking up right now. He can, like, make tons of Huamakas. Yeah, because, basically, Huamakas have a cost of, like, 50 food, which is pretty big, and then they have 70 food cost, 50 gold, so, yeah. When you generate this much gold, Huamaka production becomes, like, elementary at that point. Then you can usually add in a second or third Ushnu as well to keep their production flowing if you lose them. One thing that Gommuistan I think knows what he's doing, he's got to put the pressure on the Almond player. You can't let him get too many Abyss Guns, otherwise it's going to be a real pain in the neck to deal with. You gotta use those Huamakas early on and just like siege away at his houses, nip some of his troops. You know, be obnoxious. You could even use those Huamakas to rush his artillery because of their speed. Yeah, no. Yeah, Huamakas have a movement speed of like 5, so they can run really fast towards a cannon if given the opportunity. Most definitely. So, Nathan has to be very careful here. He's got to check himself before he wrecks himself, basically. You know, I rap guy, check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's exactly what Nathan has to do, because if he's not careful, 5 movement speed on a Huamaka, and chase down his can right now. And for as good as Abyss Guns are, he's lacking the numbers department right now. So it wouldn't take a lot for these Huamakas just to run past his Abyss and go right after the cans. Though I do see here that Gommuistan is being a bit conservative on his tactics here. And he's basically just going to go back to his base just to make sure he has enough of them. Because if you commit too early and you lose that army, then that would be a loss. That would be an easy loss. So he really can't come in too early to do it there, pretty much. Oh, wow. Gafaz said, people complain about Heroes in AoE 2 China DLC. Here it will be like, watch the Incan Emperor. Oh, yeah, big time. It's like, you know, if they have a problem with Explorers and Heroes in AoE 2, like they did for the Three Kingdoms DLC, just wait till you come to, like, Wars of Liberty Land, where they have, like, emperors and warlords and all sorts of stuff between all the different cultures. It's like, dude, having one hero unit is not going to wreck the balance of the game, man. I'm serious. I mean, it's not even like they're that strong either, you know. Within so many well-placed hits of archers in Siege, that hero will be killed very quickly in AoE 2. So I know what that's all about. You know what I mean? I guess what Hera and the other ones were saying was like, oh, if they got heroes, why don't we give heroes to everybody then? Because it's not fair. And it's like, no. The reason why those heroes are there for the Three Kingdom civs is because that's literally what the history is about. It's there because it's the Three Kingdoms period, and each one of those three kingdoms had a prominent ruler, whether it's Chow Chow or one of the other ones, and that's what makes them unique, right? So they have to have that hero there. It's what makes them who they are. I mean, yeah, you could say that Joan of Arc should be there with the Franks, that, you know, Charlemagne could also be a potential hero, Saladin should be with the Saracens, but it's like, it's not as embroiled into their identity as Three Kingdoms is, because the Three Kingdoms period was literally just that, the time that those leaders were alive and commanding armies, right? It's Saracens, yeah, you could have Saladin there, but Saracens were around since the Islamic conquest too, when Saladin wasn't even born yet, so it's not like you could get away with having a Saracen civ and not acknowledge Saladin at all. It's totally possible, right? Because you could focus on the early Islamic conquest, you could focus on this, you could focus on that. You know what I mean? You don't just have to focus on one period, basically, but for the sake of the Three Kingdoms, yeah, they need those hero units because basically that's their identity. That's the Three Kingdoms period. Having those heroes there is a big part of who they are, so it makes total sense why they get them and nobody else does. Now, in the future, if there are certain factions where that hero is very prominent, maybe they should add them in too. Like maybe Alexander the Great should be there for Macedonians. That's a good argument. But even then, you could say maybe you're referring to Macedonians after the Alexander the Great conquest, in the period of the Hellenistic period where they all divided up and stuff. So, yeah, that'll be a good question too regarding, the Chronicles DLCs. Will there be a point where they actually add things in like the Seleucids and some of the other Hellenistic states beyond just Alexander the Great's Macedonians, right? That'd be real interesting if they did that, for sure. Most definitely. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Definitely. Most definitely. Okay, so it looks like the Okarunas go right after the Abyss, right? As desired. Wamaka's right on top of the Safahi. Safahi and Wars of Liberty do have hand armor because they're Wars of Liberty assault units, so they're technically a bit more impervious to spearmen. However, because of the numbers, they just aren't able to keep up. Yep, simple as that. Good micro by Gommuistan. He knew how to leverage his Inca units really good there, for sure. Most definitely. Yeah, no, that's always an interesting discussion with AoE 2, pretty much, is why do some get heroes and some don't, and why people complain about and stuff. I think Hera got FBE logic. Oh yeah, basically it does. It's like, and then they complain, oh, the Three Kingdoms civs get unique units without upgrades, and nobody else gets that. Is that going to be the future of AoE 2 and destroy the balance? Or it was like some weird thing like that, and I was thinking, you know what? Read a history book. There's a mod called Portuguese Civ mod. It's literally just that. Go back to Portuguese Civ mod. There was literally a unit for every Civ that didn't have any upgrades. It was just a singular unit you got in Castle Age, and it was called a support unit. That's exactly what those are for Three Kingdoms. The War Chariot, all those are support units. They're not supposed to have an extra upgrade because they're support units. They're totally based off the Portuguese Civ mod. And guess who works for, Forgotten Empires? Daniel Pereira, the person that worked on Portuguese Civ mod. So it's a real coinkydink that, works the same there as it's worked in the past. So I would probably just leave that alone and just respect the fact that they're cooking good stuff, Oh, most definitely. They're cooking great things, actually. Unequivocally. They're cooking beautiful stuff. That's about it. Just let the man cook. Sure. Ooh, interesting. So we are on I think this is the Ivory Coast map, if I recall correctly. Interesting. So this was a map that actually made its way into into Definitive Edition. Yeah, interestingly enough, This map started out in Wars of Liberty, and then it was actually moved into Definitive Edition. So yep, it look like you can recognize already what map this is just by looking at it, right? Like you got somebody over here, you got somebody over here, and then you have a coastline to the bottom, right? Now the big difference in this map and the one that got into DE is Definitive Edition had trading posts right along the coastline, whereas the Wars of Liberty map, a little bit more complicated, forces you to actually get a boat, sail out to the islands, and then build your trading post right there. So yeah, it's a little bit different, but the same idea pretty much, for sure. So yeah, quite interesting, right? Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. So who we have today? So we have Nathan still running almonds, but now Gommuistan is running the Danish Civ. Now Danish Civ, very interesting Civ. They start the game with XP crates, and enough XP crates to actually get a shipment within the first few seconds of the game. They also get access to these cool things called ox cards. These ox cards improve the gather rate of nearby villagers. You can actually garrison your villages inside there for defense. And then when you're tired of the ox card, you can actually use it to build something like a market, a mill, plantation, even a dock. And that gives it a second life, which is really cool. Especially considering things like plantations, cost up to 600 wood.
Yeah.
And if you're like some point in Fortress Age and you have no mines, you could literally just use this ox cart to make a plantation for 600 wood and just save all that wood. It's really good. And you can access some ones later on from the home city using this card right here, the Team 1 Ox card. It's an infinite shipment. It also acts as a team card. So if you have other teammates on your team, you can actually send this to them too. And they can use it. They can do whatever they want with it. They can just keep it around as a support unit and rack up a ton of resources. Or they can actually, build a dock with it, build a plantation of their own with it, whatever they want. It's quite good. Now, what Gommuistan has here, which I find really interesting, is he actually has the advanced anchorage card. Anchorages have a much greater attack, train ships more quickly, and improves the gather rate of fishing boats in a much greater area. So the anchorage is actually a unique dock that the Danish get access to. It's like a unique dock that they get. And basically, what it looks like, it's like this huge, big tower of a dock. It goes kind of like a sky rise almost. And what it does is it has all the functions of a normal dock, right? Plus it's got a few extra functions. It slows down enemy boats that are coming near the anchorage. It also improves the gather rate of fishing boats near the anchorage that are allied. So kind of does the same thing that the Ox card does, except on the water. As well as defending your base by basically slowing down the enemy vessels and allowing your boats to sort of get some easier shots out. Which is quite helpful. Now, for this map, I think an anchorage could be a great idea. And it looks like he's actually going to go for one right now. Look at that. Look at that. He's actually going to go for an anchorage right here. He's moving his ox cart right down to this position right now. And if I recall correctly, an ox cart actually, the anchorage does cost about 300 wood because it's just a more fancy dock. So the fact that you send an ox cart is actually not a bad idea. It's literally just sending 300 wood. And not having to build that dock with the villager, you just build it with the wagon, which is just going to be faster and more reliable because you don't lose any villager seconds that way. Yeah, look at how big this structure is to construct. It's huge. It is indeed a 300 wood structure, so totally fitting for an Age 1 card to build. And is he going to go for advanced ox card after that? I mean advanced anchorage after that, will he? I have no idea, actually, so we'll have to see. He is aging up with the Enlightened Quartermaster. So basically the Quartermaster plus he's got an added ability called Enlightenment. Basically every time you age up as the Danish, you get this thing called a Golden Age. During the Golden Age, you get more XP bounty from training units and killing units and all sorts of stuff, which is really cool. It's a nice way to get shipments faster. So yeah. If you're planning on doing a lot of training and building and stuff, try to time it up with that Golden Age so you get a ton of extra XP from it, which is good. And this is the anchorage right here. It's a very cool building. Like, it's a big brick tower with the crane at the top of it, and then you have, like, the little yellow thatched structure to the side. It's a really cool looking dock. If only every Civ in, like, AoE 3 had a unique dock like that, that'd be super cool. Yeah, most definitely. It's a really unique structure, for sure. Alright, so let's see what Almonds are up to. Almonds run... I'm just assuming that they run the same deck as they've done for the past few games. Yep, it's definitely... Obviously, in this situation, Advanced Terrain Post is not going to be your friend, because you're going to have to actually go underwater to even use trade, and at that point, it's kind of a waste anyways. Especially since your opponent is running water already. Though, I don't think he knows that, right? Nope, he hasn't even been down here, so he has no clue that there's an anchorage out there, because this could be kind of dangerous sometimes. If you're facing somebody and you don't know that they've gone water, you could find out too little too late that your enemy is getting armies much faster than you because they had uncontested water control and they were able to just rack up extra food and gold that you don't have, leading to an instant win. So you gotta watch out for that stuff, for sure. And that's why you see a lot of the people in the Definitive Edition tournaments, like the PK one, that ran counter war decks, right? They ran 2 boats in H2 and then a big one in H3, just so they could fight the enemy fishing boats and attack the dock with. So yeah, if you don't know, though, that they are going water, you're going to have no clue to even run a deck like that in the first place. And second, you won't be able to pivot towards the dock and your own boats to counter it later if you think it's necessary. So yeah, it just ends up becoming an added income that Gommuistan enjoys all by himself. And Nathan gets on the back pedal because he doesn't have that resource count coming in. Sure. It does look like, though, he is going Cornet again. Fast Fortress. The Cornet is the same as the Scout, by the way, so it just gives you hand cavalry, whether it's Hussars or Delis, whatever your Civ gets. So that's basically what that does. Whereas Gommuistan is going to go... He hasn't really trained up anything yet, military. Oh, he's going to make land soldatars. Here's the land soldatars right here. You may have heard that name before when you were watching my recording about the Denmark-Norway Civ for Definitive Edition. That Denway-Norway Civ mod. They had access to the land soldat. In that mod, it's just a royal guard for the musketeer. But in this game, land soldats are their own unique units. But you gotta kind of understand how they work, though. So basically, in this game, on top of being a really cool, beautiful looking unit with like cool blue hats and red uniforms and stuff, the land soldats basically are like a more extreme version of the Russian musketeers, or the Ruskets as they're often called, right? So basically, they're super cheap. They only cost about 50 food and about 15 gold, making them really cheap to afford. But they're very weak. They're like really weak. Like, they only have 100 HP. The range attack is only like 14. Hand attack's only 8. So they're like really weak but super cheap. They're like literal trash units. It's good because you can spam them up very quickly, but individually they're going to fall very fast. So more often than not, if you're going to go land soldatar, you got to get a lot of them. Huge armies of them. And obviously a big risk when you're fighting Ottomans. Are Abbas going to be able to one-shot them with enough upgrades? You know, because that's a huge concern at the end of the day. Is that those Abbas are just going to like nuke these guys into oblivion if you don't have enough of them. So it's very imperative if you're facing Ottomans as Danish, if you plan on building the backbone of land soldatars, build a ton of those things. Get a huge stack of them. A stack of them to the ceiling, basically. So that way you can basically mass up on top of them, pretty much. That's what you gotta do. It's really your only option, I would say, for sure. So you gotta know what you're doing, man, for the most part. Definitely. Now, I think Gommuistan knows he can only really afford to engage with Abbas and artillery and stuff until he has like 40, 50 of these things, but just so you're aware, and when you're playing this Civ, that you know that. As a result, any sort of shipments you get of land soldatars from the home city are just going to be really big. Right, like instead of like just like 6 muskets, you're gonna get like 9 of them. That's sort of the idea. They're kind of like strelets, but they have bayonets instead of poleaxes, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, watch out though. He went mass Safahi with the delis. Look at that. He got the big Safahi shipment. Oh god. But Gommuistan knows what to do. He went into stagger mode to make the splash attack of the Safahis less imposing. And now he's kiting, trying to shoot as many bullets into those Safahis as possible. Because while Safahis have hand armor to resist the bayonets of the Lanceolatars, the Lanceolatars deal a range attack with their guns, and thus they're able to overcome the hand armor by using their bullets instead, effectively allowing them to do slightly more damage in range than they would get away with in melee, at least for the most part. Well, not necessarily, but it is a little bit more efficient to like shoot them because obviously they're not taking any damage when they're shooting, as opposed to when they're, you know, just sitting there and well, just like that. If you stop with your Lanceolatars, the splash attack just overwhelms them. That being said, it looks like the Safahi are getting a lot of damage done here. They actually forced Gommuistan to send a ship into pikemen in called Partisans in this game. And now he's going to have to chase them out with those pikemen, it looks like. Most definitely. So yeah, that's one thing that you'll see right there for sure. The addition of those pikemen. Okay, so you got all these Safahi's here. You got Delhi, you got pikemen. Oh boy. So what now? So it looks like right now, Gommuistan's economy is clearly geared towards Lanceolatars. And he's going to probably attempt to just keep producing these. Still got 2 barracks, right? So you can double barracks those up. What do you do if you're Nathan, though? So Nathan has... He sent the big ship into Delhi's in age 3. He sent the big age 3 shipment, so he has even more delis. He is going for a lot of mining techs, going for steam machinery, and then he's probably going to go for the dynamite one next, which is the second one. Still has Valks, has Mamluks, he has Jan shipments. Okay, so the pikemen go in first. Pikemen should first fight the delis and wipe them out because they're the most vulnerable. And then try to deal with the Safais after that. Okay, so he is trying to give chase right now. Safais are retreating, as we can see right there. Most definitely. Yep, right there. Good. Yep. It's going to retreat to that area, looks like. Most definitely. Oh boy, yeah. Oh, a lot of, yeah. And then the Lanceolatars are just going to siege away at that house, it looks like. Yep, definitely. Yeah, siege one house at a time, so you can just wipe those out. Yeah, because it doesn't matter if you have really good shipments as Ottomans if you don't have any population to make them, right? Yeah. And plus, you can't even engage with you right now because those pikemen are enough of a threat to keep the cavalry away right now. On top of the range support of those Lanceolats. He does build up another house, though. But he won't have another shipment for a while anyways. But he can actually start resuming Abyss production here, it looks like, yeah. Well, he didn't have Abyss before, but now he does. Then he's going to have 2 Falconets, 2 to boot. It's going to be like big infantry mass versus artillery, it looks like, in Abyss. Well, it looks like right now, yeah. How is Gommuistan's eco going? So, he's picking up dynamite right now, which is his second mining tech there. He's getting 600 coin. So it looks like he trained the pikemen. He didn't even ship them in. So he still has an 8 pikeman shipment available if he needs it. So possible we see that put into play here if H2 is dragged out. Good shot by the Lanceoldatar sends the cavalry retreating at that point, as you see right there. And now the cavalry's retreating back to TC, as you see right there, too.
Commando.
Tilbuen, jau. Skipan, jau. Tilbuen.
Leading the way with the... I like that. He's actually leading the way with the units that's going to die anyways, so he doesn't, like, waste any good troops. It's a pretty smart idea if he planned it that way. And then he runs with the Hussars right behind him so he can charge them. Okay, so Hussars should be able to charge forward there. He's got, like, no protection, though. Yeah. I feel like in that sense, Nathan's kind of failing this fight. I have like no anti-cap at all. The Hussars can do whatever they want. They can take out the Abbas, they'll take out the artillery, they'll raid the villagers. These Hussars have like no counters right now. Nathan is really behind in producing stuff. Got no barracks to make janissaries. He does have a barracks, but he's not making janissaries. He's gonna go for Mamluks. Because Mamluks, well, Mamluks will stall, but I don't think that they'll deal with the threat. Yeah, no, and then these Cav are obviously dying as well. Thankfully, his Sifahis heal up when they idle, so that's why these Sifahis continue to be an asset. But no, Gommuistan's gonna like chase them down and stuff and try to hunt them. Like, he could very well take this Sifahi out right now. Alright, more, ooh, boy, this Ville gonna make it up. I just barely made it. Okay, so enough Villes to, like, max out the TC attack, right? Yep. It's always something to look at, too. And so TC is now under fire. Mamluks will be coming out to counter it, as well as Janissaries from that barracks. Right now, I just don't know. I mean, the only thing that's gonna keep those Mamluks on the field is their HP. Because they have a lot of HP. And they can, like, tank those bullets for a while. And so the Mamluks arrive, and they're going to go right into fighting all those Lancelatars, but now the pikemen are coming in too, and the Hussars. It looks like the HP is enough to stall out, but look at what the pikemen are thrusting into that Mamluk right here. He is, like, losing stats really fast. Very well, he's going to die right now. Yes, he will. So one Mamluk is down. The others are alive, though, which is good. Yeah, notice this is why in the 5th edition they took the Mamluks and they made him a 4 Mamluk shipment instead of a 5 Mamluk one in Legacy. This is the reason, because there's such a tanky unit that having 5 of them there is like insane, because now Nathan has 4 Mamluks still on the field that he can tank with, right? Does he have Sifahis still? Did they survive? No, they got hunted down by the units that he had before there, so that's unfortunate. He is going to go for a fort to defend his area, and he'll probably stop further aggression from Gommuistan for at least a little bit, because it'll offer a good range attack and act as this big imposing structure that Gommuistan will have to deal with head on, at least as long as Nathan places it properly. If he places it improperly, Gommuistan can just go around it and do whatever, but if he puts it in a good spot that his opponent is forced to go down, then that'll work out pretty good, honestly. Oh man, crazy happenings there. Got pikemen going after the Mamluks now. Fort coming up right now over there. Insane. Oh, Lottie. Oh, he's gonna make some imams. Yeah, he's gonna make some imams from the church. Interesting. I mean, you may as well to heal up the Mamluks a bit, because the Mamluks are gonna be a long-term good value unit if you can keep them alive and well. Then he's gonna support with Jans and Abbas, which I think is totally fine. At some point, Gommuistan will want to age up, I think. You can go for some mid-game units, like... Oh, he did age up, actually, so he's got Falconets. He could ship in some Dragoons to deal with the Mamluks. He's got a Grenadier shipment there. Now, Grenadiers are probably, like, the best unit that the Danish get. Like, one of their most upgradable units. They do get an H4 card called the Rear Guard. Combat one that actually buffs the Grenadiers even more. But he doesn't have that in his deck. But he does have some other things in there. You know, he's got Advanced Arsenal combined with this wonderful one called Podchus, which doubles up the Advanced Arsenal effects, which is pretty good, actually. Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah, you can get some really good stats with Danish if you get all the upgrade cards that you can, which is quite cool. Okay, so Lancelotars and Sars are going to go around the tree line here. Does Gommuistan know what the map looks like right now? So he does know that he could potentially go around this side. It'll take longer and it'll give Nathan more time to respond. But if he really doesn't want to do it that fort, he does have a way in. It's just going to be a little bit more tricky to get in there, basically. So that's good. I love Denmark, but each time I use them in regular matches, I always lost. I play good with Maori in Spain. Denmark diplomacy, take this ox, dude. It's so cool. A crony ox. Oh yeah, it's like a little crony bear with a cart behind her. Yeah. I bet crony bear could pull a cart very easily. Most definitely. Saw the stuff she did in the Chrono Gear game for sure. She could definitely hold a big giant cart full of some Danish people for sure. Oh yeah, no. I never thought of it that way, actually. That's an interesting concept. Most definitely. So yeah, where are we at now here? We got, Lancelotars being double queued up from the barracks, plus Dragoons. He's going for maximum anti-cavalry, you can tell. I mean, I think the problem with all these Nathan games is he really struggles to get the needed numbers out all the time. Yeah. At least against Gommuistan. Against Zelda Verde, he was able to, like, amass numbers because he was Germany. But like, playing as Ottomans against Gommuistan, he just isn't able to consolidate enough stuff. And I know it's a bit hard because Abbots are 2-pot units, but still. He should have, like, why does he have, like, 110 pop right now? That's like nothing compared to what Gommuistan's doing, right? He's got 150 pots possibly available, so he's definitely playing a lot better in that aspect out, so. What's he gonna do now? He's just gonna shred him with Lancelotars and then come up with some Dragoons, correct? Oh yeah, most definitely there. And then pull back and retreat a bit. Yep. Skirmishers coming out too, yeah. More fishing boats. How many fishing boats is he on, by the way? He's got about 13 total. Yep, 13. And settlers, he's on about 39, plus building a secondary town center down there to match what Nathan's doing. Yeah, it's good that Nathan actually got another town center, because with Ottomans, as you know, villagers will train for free, so you don't even have to pay food to keep vill queues. So every town center you build as Ottomans is just like an automatic economic win for you across the board. Also, this is going to be a bit tough here because Gommuistan wants to grab all this gold, but this is right near where the fort is. And this is where his troops can purge up over here to shred his vills. Oh man, look at all the vills Gommuistan is losing now. Oh god, no. Nathan's getting pretty big. I mean, he's got about how many units in total? If we do the selection, he's got about 15 abbas, 21 jan. He's growing some big numbers here. I mean, he's actually stacking pretty well. Because you gotta remember, these land soldatar are total trash, total garbage. They belong in the trash can individually. In groups, they can be good in mass, but even so, like if Nathan can get a huge mass of Janissaries against a huge mass of land soldatars, you know who's gonna win. It's gonna be the Janissaries. Yeah, it's just gonna be more expensive for you to make a ton of these versus these. But rest assured, if you have a huge mass of Jans with this many abbas, and Nathan can just keep growing and growing without resistance, I think he can do this. Yeah. He is making a couple delis, which I'm a little bit unsure of. I'm a little bit concerned, actually. I don't think he really needs the little delis. He just needs to go Abbas Jan. Yeah, because Abbas can deal with skirmishers. You know. Yeah, because skirmishers, as you know, have pierce armor. And Abbas do crush damage. So Abbas can like cut right through skirmishers. You don't even need cavalry for that. Abbas is going to be more flexible for you and be able to deal with different threats. Okay, one village down. Abbas and Janissaries are going to retreat back to this position now, looks like. Oh boy, now Nathan knows about the fishing economy, so is he going to like try to deal with that at some point or what? Because he was able to get a pet great parrot to scout that out, it looks like. The good thing about these birds is you actually can attack them. They're untargetable, so they actually are like immortal and can live through the whole game to scout everything out, which is super funny. Almost like an advanced hot air balloon in a way. Okay, so you got the Jans in the front, Abbas behind. You should try to push forward onto those cannons, though. Yeah, just blast the cannons with the Abbas guns, please. Got no reason why you shouldn't do that. Yep. Okay, got them down. Good. Good. Oh, man, yeah, now. See, this is what I'm talking about, because Nathan has so much Abbas guns. You're going to see a real shift now. At least it seems like it. Because if Nathan feels at all that he's threatened, he can just retreat back to the fort. And have that defense there, yeah. Oh, yep, this is a big turnaround for Nathan, because he was able to... You know what? I'm finally figuring it out. You know why Nathan got that fort? Because he wanted to stall for time, so that he didn't have to fight Gommuistan directly, and he was just able to build the number of troops that he needed to win that engagement. So he was actually playing 200 IQ there by basically stalling out with the fort and then just growing army behind the thing, and making it less possible for Gommuistan to run in and forcing him to give him more time. That I thought was a really good tactic. And though it's far from over, now it's a much more even fight. You know, Gommuistan's going to be forced to probably add in, like, hussars or something. He's going to need more cannons. He's going to need a lot of troops. I wonder what Gommuistan does from here. So he adds more land soldats in. He adds about 2 more cannons here. He trained out of his foundry, right? He's going to be getting infantry combat for the land soldats and the skirms. Are there. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to do some real thinking about how he's going to handle this for sure. Yeah, he also has vanguard combat if he wants to make more dragoons too. So I think it's quite neat. Oh man, yeah. Ugh. I think if Nathan gets another good fight like that or two, he's going to win this right now. He was definitely able to change things around quite a bit by choosing the battlefield. Kind of like Sun Tzu always said in The Art of War, right? You should always try to pick where you do your battles, because if you do it in the right spot at the right place, you're going to get a good win. And that's what Nathan did. He got near the fort, to give him a little bit of range support. And the fort itself scares Gommuistan from picking him off constantly, so he actually has time to grow his army and, do some stuff. That being said, though, Gommuistan understands that he needs to get another fight in real soon. Otherwise, he's going to lose out the chance to take him out right away and make it more likely that it goes into the late game and gets more complicated. For sure. So what Nathan does here is he gets his delis out and he rushes the cannons directly with him. He's going to get one cannon dead, guaranteed, and then he's going to retreat out because these trees are providing excellent cover for Gommuistan and making it impossible for the cav to encircle the artillery. He gets away with 2 of the cav units because the hussars will cut down this one. They could try to, well, they're going to, yeah, no, he can try to come down, but he's just going to go back towards the fort and make it inopportune. Alright, Nathan takes a chance and shoots one of the infantry that he's able to pick off. And it looks like he's just idling though when he's going to lose those. How many cans? Oh, it looks like Gommuistan got another foot artillery and he's actually going to train another one up right now. So, more artillery for Gommuistan it looks like. But, oh look, Nathan goes for a single culverin to counter those cannons. If you're confident with your micro and your odds, you actually can go for just a single culverin. Though, if you are dealing with more artillery or you feel a little bit unsure, always go with 2. But I think Nathan can handle a culverin just fine. We'll see. Okay, so he's gonna pursue a little bit, but he can't go too far. He's got to know that he's close enough to his infantry in the fort to like discourage Gommuistan from going dead after his culverin. Now, I think the problem we have here is Gommuistan at this point has like 4 cannons, so the culverin, while it's going to do a good job, it's just not going to be enough. It's just not going to be everything that he needs. He is making another culverin. Because I would say 2 culverins, maybe even 3. I actually not 3 culverins. I think 2 is fine. Because with 2 culverins, you can take out 1 falconet with each volley, which I think is totally fine, and then obviously you can use these cav to try to pick off some of them too. But one thing I don't like right now is he's kind of stopped the production of Abbas and Janissaries. I feel like you need a big backbone of infantry here. If you can get a big backbone of infantry and just use the culverins to get rid of the cannon advantage, I feel like you're gold. And I certainly think the handcap should act as the support against, the cavalry too, instead of just going after the cannons. That's at least what I think. Oh, no. No cav archers. Absolutely not. Please don't make cav archers. Please. Por favor, don't make cav archers. See, cav archers, since they're like a light cav unit, they have multipliers only against the assault class, which hussars are not. They're scout. So cav archers are going to be dead weight to your army. I'm sorry to say. You're going to want Janissaries and Abbas for this. Unless you see the Danish start to make cuirassiers from their stable, which they have access to. Do not go cav archers. Cav archers are going to be a waste unless it goes cuirassiers. That's just tactical know-how right there. Yeah, no, most definitely. I think cav arch, he might lose the game because of what he's training right there. Yeah, no. I'm a little concerned for him right now. I think this could actually go really bad. Oh boy, what's going on over here? Delhi's raiding the vills. Okay, gives a little bit of work. Fine. Just don't lose the cav. I think you're going to need the cav. Oh, Gommuistan's going tit for tat. He's going after your vills too. Okay, so he's going right through his base there. Okay, so these vills kind of open right now. He's got no real safe place to run to except for this direction. What else is he going? Is he going to try to age up? I think he's going to go industrial age. Is he now? Is he going to go industrial age? Maybe. He might go industrial age. If he goes industrial age, I think he's going to probably try to go for his bombards and try to use that. It's a risky play, though. Oh, God. No, he's making no sense. Like, he needs to get his houses up, and he needs to make more Jans, make more Abbas. Stop the cav archers right now. Stop the cav archers. I'm telling you. It's going to be a lot better if you stop those cav archers. And you manage your culverins well, too. Yeah, he needs, like, mass Jan Abbas right now. And even then, it's going to be really tough because he has so many hussars. The Danish has so many hussars right now that Jans are going to struggle to defend. Cav archers will make no difference against that. I'm telling you. No difference. It'll actually be really bad. Because as you know, cav archers have hand armor and not pierce armor, which means those land soldats are even a threat to them in the proper numbers, which they do have. So, okay, he's going full stable for some reason, except for that Jan shipping. At least he's doing that, I guess. Alright, that TC is gone. Thankfully, he abandoned it, though. We'll see. I mean, I'm going to be Nostradamus and tell you that Gommuistan wins this matchup. Because of the score, because of the amount of hussars he's fielding. It's going to be very difficult for anyone defending to be able to hold off that much hand cav without a substantial number of muskets, like, in position, or like a big army of hand infantry to go in there and just, like, cut into them. Yeah, no, it's looking a little concerning there, actually. So I don't know what to say about. And I guess he's trying something. Okay, so cav archers are engaging with the hussars now. Where are the culverins? Culverins are up. Oh God, really? He's in a bad position here because he's gonna have to squeeze through here now. And this makes it... See, these trees are going to hurt Nathan. Because he has to, like, maneuver his stuff around just to protect the culverins. I don't like this. This is bad. This is bad tactics. You do not fight somebody in a tree line like this. You always aim for better grounds. What are you doing? Okay, well, he's getting some shots into them. But the problem is he's losing his infantry way too fast. See, he's still losing out somewhat here. Plus, it looks like he doesn't have enough range to reach these ones to boot, so... You always pick your battlefield. That's what you learned in the R War. You gotta pick your battlefield, and that's a bad place to pick it. You got, like, all this free line here, which makes movement virtually impossible for your defending force, and then very little time for you to move around the trees to get back to your cans to protect them. Yeah. He had to fight him in the standard area where he was before. Or he should have made him go after his town center, maybe. That's another possibility, too. Yeah, no, I mean... Good intent, honestly, but... Yeah, no, I mean... I thought Nathan had a chance there, honestly, for sure. Imagine they add a crony that says guac when trained. Crony is being added towards the Liberty, you know. Not officially, but Relecki ended up adding Crony towards the Liberty as a swordsman unit. It's currently not available right now. It's going to be released in the future with a bunch of other anime girl stuff he's going to add to Wars Liberty. And he's probably going to have to rewrite the code a bit for the Middle East version too. But yeah. We do have Crony Bear available for Wars of Liberty in the future, which is super duper cool because I love Crony. I love my Crony Bear so much and want to hug that little bear tight. So that's definitely something you'll get to enjoy in the future. Is Crony Bear in Wars of Liberty? Guac, 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 guac. Why did she say guac anyways? It sounds like guacamole. Yeah, that sounds like guacamole. I like guacamole actually, but yeah. Oh, what map are we on? This is one of the newer maps, I think, in Latin America. So basically this map, it does have fishing potential down here. You get this big, dense tree forest along the coastline right along here, right? And these little mound passes here that you can cross through as well. And then as you go inland, it becomes more grassy and sparse. And then you get a trade route as you go deeper in. So yeah, it's a pretty cool map, actually. And then you get the cool Latin American trees that have, like, pink on them, too, which is really cool. Yeah, no, I like this map. And then for natives, you got Jesuits And then you got Polistas. These are all basically Dragoon natives, so you get a lot of Dragoon spam here, for sure. So you never really have to train your own Dragoons on this map as long as you capture natives, because you can get the Conquistadors and you can get the Captain de Matos from the Palista site as well. So Gommuistan's going British, and Nathan is still going Ottoman. I think he won like one game against Gommuistan as Ottoman, and he's just played that every single time. I think honestly he should consider other civs. He's just not doing the Ottoman the way that he should be doing them. I feel like he might have better potential as Germany, because Germany has, the ability to like stack things a lot better, and he might just do better with more line infantry spamming than what he was trying to do before there. I feel like as long as you know Germany kind of real well in the builds and stuff, you can get really good, quick, easy progression with the Wars of Liberty Germany civ. Building on tons of Mites Casernes, getting tons of extra fills, and then you just go line infantry, add hussars, add skirmishers, build your troop factories to add some supporting artillery, and then just take it all the way to Imperial Age that way, And then gradually you can add in heavy cannon, you can add in dragoons as needed, cuirassiers, you get all sorts of options, which is really nice. Because Germany also gets Royal Guard cuirassiers too, or at least they're partial Royal Guards. They're called the Garde du Corps, so really nice cavalry. And they have their own textures and everything, which is really nice.
Emrin?
That being said, though, I feel like Brits are going to be a real cancerous civ here for Nathan to deal with. Because British in this mod has something even better than manor booming, actually. In this mod, British can build factories with their Explorer. You heard that right, you can build factories with your Explorer. As early as age 2. Yeah. It starts out as a build limit of 2, so you can already have 2 factories in age 2, by the way. And then it goes up by 1 with each age up. So by the time you get to Imperial Age, you can have up to 5 factories. Plus, you got robber barons, too, in age 4 that can make a 6 factory. Yeah. Yeah, Germany thinking they're the best civ in the world because now they got manor booming from the Brits, but the Brits say, no, we got the Industrial Revolution. We're going to build literal factories with explorers. Yeah. Now, I'm wondering here if Gommuistan's going to do that or he has some other build in mind. Because you don't have to go with the factories, but it usually benefits you a lot if you go for the factories. Because British were technically always a viable civ that had some good units, but I feel like the factories just makes them go a lot smoother. Now, typically in the build order, if you're going factories, you need to get grand majority of your vills onto the wood. And then you gotta put some on the coin. Because the factories, cost about 4. Well, here's the thing, you don't know this because you never have to build factories, right? You always just get them as wagons from the home city, right? Now, factories cost about 400 wood and 200 gold. So yeah, he's going into wood right now. But he's got no one on gold. See, he already has the gold, I think, from treasures and maybe I didn't see if he was mining at all. He definitely got gold from treasures, I can tell. So all he has to do now is just chop the wood, and he'll already have his first factory already figured out. And once you build your first factory, you can use the second factory to trickle gold to help you get your second factory right away. And once you get 2 factories, Brits are really good shape. As long as they don't get rushed out of the gate and have like something happen where their factories get sieged, Brits will normally do really good with all those factories, yeah. Now, one person that figured out how to deal with Brits effectively was Viringo, who learned to use Germany, actually. Yeah. Did you know that Viringo actually plays the new Germany civ very well? He does, and he knows how to rush with line infantry good. And he figured out a way to like constantly press the Brits to the point that he can actually rush their factories and down their redcoats enough. And it was pretty crazy, actually. I thought it was quite insane. And then he knows how to time in the hussars as well, which is super funny. Because you never think of Viringo's playing like standard builds and stuff, but he figured out Germany very quickly. Especially against this new factory-based British civ. Alright, so Factory 1 will be built right away as soon as he has the stuff for it. Where's he going to put the factory down? He's going to probably put it down somewhere over here. Oh, he's training up a Hindustani laborer, too. Okay, so he went for the Dutch marriage, it looks like. Basically, the Dutch marriage sets it up so you have a villager economy similar to the Dutch civ, where instead of just having all settlers, you have like a food cost and food villager settler, you have the wood villagers, which are the Hindustanis, and then you have the gold villagers, which are the African slaves still. So you got African slave for gold, Hindustani for wood, and then British, actually Welsh settlers for food. Because the British villagers in Wars of Liberty actually speak Welsh, and they don't speak regular English. Oh, look, here's the factory. An explorer building a factory. Something you'd never think you see in AoE 3 is an explorer building a factory, right? Wars of Liberty, yeah, you can build factories. And boy, is it powerful. Though, you are vulnerable in this stage. I hope you know that. You know, there's a little bit of a window of opportunity where somebody can actually rush someone when they're building these factories and they can win. It's a very small window, though, so you have to act quickly. You know, if you're Zulu, get your MP out right away and, like, root out their base. Find where it is and maybe get some firebrands and take those factories down. Because if you can, that's a big punish against the Brits and they feel it really hard. They, like, lose the ability to build houses, get architects that way, yeah, it's... You can punish Brits hard if you get them in the right sweet spot when they're putting those factories out. Especially the first one. I don't think all civs can deal with them in that phase, but definitely if you're like Tupi or Zulu, possibly Russians or something, or Haishai, that can like put that type of pressure on them, go for it. Otherwise, you're going to have to be really diligent about killing military, like making sure you wipe out redcoats whenever you see them to keep the British mass down, and thus be able to eventually overwhelm them and push to their factories later. It's a lot to process, but in general, it's pretty rewarding if you do it that way for sure. Oh yeah, most definitely. It's a big situation that you have to prepare yourself for, but if you can do it, it's generally quite good, I would say. Most definitely. Got some more redcoats here. Very nice.
What needs doing? Regiments on foot. What needs doing? Regiments on foot. Aye, sir. Regiments on foot. Ready and eager, sir. What needs doing? Aye, sir. What needs doing?
Okay, we got some slaves coming over here now. Yep, most definitely.
Aye, sir.
Settler's gonna be cooked there. Oh boy, look at villages down. Here comes the abbess there. Oh man, yeah. It looks like right now Nathan has the advantage just because he's in his base and defending. This is sort of the phase where you can beat British, but you have to be quick on your feet. You know, he should be getting these Jans and Abbas right now and just seeing where he can pick off the Brits, whether it's their military or their villagers. Like, if he could do some scout work, if you're Nathan, do some scout work. Oh, he sees, if you're looking at, like, the fog of war, you can tell that this animal's, like, dead. And you can actually go after that. Yeah, I would be doing that right now. I would be really active on the map, because if you're not, you're gonna lose out in the end. Definitely. The one area where Nathan is gaining, though, is on trade route. Yeah, he's trying to gain the trade route. He's got all but one trading post, because I believe this one is landlocked by the town center being close. But he's got every single other one, though. He is coming to intercept Gommuistan, though, so he can keep this TP running, which I think is pretty swell, actually. It'll help him out quite a bit. So from here, let's see where he goes next. I think for right now, yeah, no, you're gonna need to go into the British base. Kill Vils, kill military, take anything out that you can. Keep the British down, because if you let Brits get to a certain mass, with the factory economy backing up, you're done. You gotta have to go about the same way Viringo does against me when I play Brits in East Germany. Like, take these out. Target those. But he doesn't even see him though, because he's like moving this way, unfortunately. Oh no, he's got green jackets. Yeah, green jackets are gonna make it harder because the green jackets have 18 range. And they're like real skirmishers, so yeah. But note that their multipliers against the muskets are not that good compared to a regular skirm. It's only about 1.5. So it's not the best. It's kind of on par with like a Yumi archer, for instance, I think. So it's not that great, but it still makes quite a bit of difference. So you have to be completely aware of that, I would say. Yeah. He does have like 4 TPs though, bringing in wood. Now, what is he doing for the other stuff? So he's gonna ship in about 700 food, which I think will be great for Jan productions, especially. He will have enough housing space though with all that wood, and he could potentially also go water. He could go water. As Hucko's Bale says, like some water. Yeah, water would be a good choice. That's what Gommuistan did the last game, and look at what it did to his score. It put him over the top there. Let's see though. I mean, it looks like we're gonna have an engagement right here over this TP. Gommuistan using his 18 range to his advantage there. Jan's forced into a retreat. Abbas coming in tow. Okay, Abbas take out one of the green jackets. Oh, takes out another green jacket there. Oh man, look at all the red coats he's wiping out. That's crazy, man. That's insane. Comes some more Abbas right there. Or Jams right here.
Emrin! Hücum! Haydi bakalım!
Okay, so we got Jan Abbas coming after the green jackets at this angle. Oh man, he took out 2 of them so far. He's doing a good job actually with targeting the green jackets, which I really like. Because it's the green jackets you actually need to wipe out. The red coats, you know, they can be saved for last. I see that he's going double barracks green jacket, and he's shipping in about 5 of them too. So he's going maximum skirmish right now, which is exactly what he wants to do, at least for now. Eventually he should maybe go for some cherry bumps to rush the Abbas directly, but I don't think he just yet. The thing with cherry bums is they don't have as much HP as Hussars, so you should only go for them when you can go for like a solid charge, which is usually a bit easier because the cherry bums actually have more movement speed than Hussars do. They have a movement speed I think of like 7.75, which is over the standard of 7.25. So they gallop pretty quickly, and there's a car that actually improves their galloping rate even more, so they can move really quickly on the map if they want to. Yeah, it's kind of like British version of Spanish riding school. If that makes any sense.
Kıpırdayamıyorum.
Rifles at the ready. Ready and eager, sir. Powder's dry, sir.
Ooh, nice zap on those 2 green jackets there. See, the problem now is Nathan has to keep making Abbas stuff because pretty much Gommuistan's just going to keep swarming him with tons of skirmish at this. Oh, good, he's got delis. But you got to support him, though. You can't just, like, fall back when the delis are going forward. That's a big mistake because you already lost one. Don't waste your cavalry. That's like a valuable resource that can like act as a good meat shield. Even if you have to go in with your infantry first and then come in with the cav on the side or something. Something to make sure they get some impact. Otherwise, they're just big moving targets that waste an entire shipment. So you gotta be a little bit smart about that, I think, honestly. Yeah, most definitely. What else do we have here? We got... Okay, so Brits are gonna age up, it looks like. Fortress age. Nathan could age up. Now, the aging up for Ottomans is a lot less necessary unless you want the shipments, because again, you don't get veteran and guard upgrades. Only a big boy Imperial one in age 5, so sometimes it can be more appropriate as Ottomans just to stay behind at age 2 and just keep curating troops until you really need falconets. Because I think artillery is the big tipping point for Fortress Age. When you need artillery, go up to age 3. If you don't need artillery, just hang out at age 2 and just keep stacking if you're Ottomans. Because you're kind of incentivized to do that by literally having no way of upgrading your troops from the buildings, I think. Yeah. Here, the TP is coming up over here, it looks like. However, he's going to be intercepted by Brits. He's picking up artillery hit points now to beef up the HP on his Avis, which I think is quite swell. More delis coming in too, it looks like, yeah. Any other cav coming in after that? We'll see. Yep, delis should take the front for sure. Rush right into the infantry there. But yeah, he's still hesitating because he does. I think he could. I think you shouldn't charge him with the cavalry now, though. He doesn't have enough redcoats to like hold you off. Just take the push, take the push, and then you got infantry in the back to shoot off the redcoats too. Just take the push. Take the push here. Oh, and then, yeah, just ride right past and get those green jackets there. Yep. I mean, yeah, may as well just use them. I mean, they're already weakened as it is. Just get a few hits in. Poke them a bit. Yeah, I've made some good use of that cav. Alright, see, now he's right up against his base there, and now we can start, like, really shredding him. Okay, so Gommuistan will go for a shipment of Household Blues. Household Blues are British assault cavalry. But unlike other assault cavalry of Europe, they do not have splash attack. They make up for splash attack by having more hit points. So they're a much more armored cuirassier. It focuses on like protection versus offense. So yeah, no splash attack, but their HP is a lot better. It's like 720. Pretty big, you know, it's a pretty big HP, and then of course their hand armor's good. The cost is also a bit different. They cost less gold, but they cost more food, basically. So the cost is a little bit different on them. Okay, so the Jans are going right into the... See, the problem with the Kelso Blues is Nathan now has to deal with their high HP, which is really annoying with the Davis guys. He takes one of them out, but I don't think he doesn't have enough troops to take the others out. He could try to like micro a bit and take these green jackets, but other than that, yeah. Okay, so he's got more delis, he's got Abbas, he's gonna resume Jan production. See, one thing that you can do now, which I think would be alright, is you could make some cav archers. He should be making cav archers now. This is when you want to make cav archers. As soon as you see assault units like the Household Blues, Now you make Cav Archers. Last game, Cav Archers were totally inappropriate, but now they're totally fine. Why is he not making them right now? Because you can make Cav Archers as Augments in H2, actually. Believe it or not. Even though they're a Dragoon, they're an H2 unit for Augments in this game. So, Cav Archers are totally on the table. But in the situation where he could go Cav Archers, he's not going Cav Archers. I mean, I'll look at Brits right now and see if he's... oh, no, he's going Redcoat. Okay, I understand. Alright. Well, one thing I should know about Redcoats, by the way, that I didn't touch on before, is the fact that Redcoats basically a much more elite musketeer. Their HP and attack is more. Plus, they get extra multipliers against cavalry. But they have no armor, so they get no resistance. Essentially, so really anything that attacks a Redcoat in melee is doing full damage. It's kind of interesting, because if you have a really strong unit like Assault, it means that it's doing more hardcore damage to them. It could potentially be a bigger threat. But if you're fighting other things that Musketeers normally fight, like enemy Musketeers, they're technically doing better, because now they have extra range attack and HP instead of the hand armor that would normally not matter in that matchup. So you see, it's got its benefits and its weaknesses as a unit. Yeah. British don't have any common infantry or cavalry except for like sailors, like Marines from the light ship. That's about it. You know, you got Redcoats, Green Jackets, Household Blues, Cherry Bums, Scots Greys, Artist Rifles. But yeah, British are like a full unique unit, Civ, at least for barracks and stable. I think eventually the plan was that they're going to get unique artillery as well, but that's not going to be for a while, I would say. That'll be down the road, most likely. Alright, so he is using an infinite shipment of Redcoats, which I find really interesting. Yeah, because normally for me, I would only use the infinite shipment for the Household Blues as the Brits and the Highlanders, but he seems to be doing it for the Redcoats. I think that's pretty alright, because what I noticed when I used to watch Cap's gameplay, he was a big proponent of spamming Redcoats as the Brits, and it seemed to work pretty well when he would support with a shipment of Falconets and then some shipment of Household Blues. But I will say, in Cap's composition, he does a lot more Household Blues than Redcoats, I find. But maybe Redcoats is the better solution. Because Redcoats overall, I think, in mass are just going to do more raw damage. Because they're doing about 30 range attack per shot, and then the Household Blues doing about 33. Considering you can have you can have up to like three Redcoats for every Household Blue. In theory, as long as you're dealing units that do like hand armor and stuff, Redcoats will actually do a lot more dished out damage, by far. Yeah, especially since their HP and attack is naturally higher than that of a normal musket. Ooh boy, look at those delis coming in from the top. They're coming in right. Oh, he's gonna smother him. Oh god. One artillery down. He could potentially reach the other one if he like comes in hard enough against these Redcoats. Because the Redcoats again have no melee armor. So in mass, delis could potentially cut through a couple of the Redcoats and reach their target. So it looks like they were actually wiping out a good number of those Redcoats, so Yeah. Does he get the can, though? He does. He does get the artillery. He hit the jackpot. And he does have enough, I think, to hold the line here. He just has to fight through that one house of blue. Okay, and now he's in the front. Good job, Nathan. Good job defending. So now you've effectively survived this front. Yeah, and the Abbot should be able to clean it up from here, I think. Yeah, no. He did it. Nathan did an alright job, actually. Yeah. Now, at this point, of course, Gommuistan's going to retreat. Got some green jackets here. He's going to add some more red coats in. He's going to, like, be scheming what to do next. He does have some options. So, one thing he could do, if he wants to use up some time, he can send Victoria Cross right now. Victoria Cross takes a shipment, and then it returns you 2 shipments. So, it's just like that card that the state of Virginia gets in Definitive. I forget what it's called. It's something to do with Hamilton or Thomas Jefferson or something. Yeah, pretty much it just allows you to get like 2 shipments for 1. And overall, that would allow him to basically get a big stack of red coats. He could get a factory, whatever he needs. So has he built his 3rd factory? Yes, he has. Alright, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Because see, what I've come to the conclusion of is, as long as you're like keeping up with your build order and your macro and stuff, you don't even need the factory card anymore for Brits. The only one you need is robber barons to get the build limit up. That's about it. This is almost unnecessary, and you should probably just replace this with either textile mill or infinite household blues. One of those. I feel like the factory H3 card. Well, back in the day, before they gained the whole build a factory thing with the Explorer functionality, the H3 factory card was like peak British design. It was one of their most powerful things. But now that you can just build the factories with the Explorer, that card is kind of a useless dud. It's more of a backup card than a powerful one. You know what I mean? It's only ever useful if you like lose a factory or you're so drained on resources that you can't build another one. But I feel like in most cases, if you're doing Brits well, that like never happens. Because if you can make it to Fortress Age safely, I feel like you're probably in enough economic success that you don't need a factory wagon. And then, of course, Robber Barons is always good because it just gets your build limit up, so it's always just going to be useful there. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, big time. Absolutely. Alright, so yeah, he is going to fall back on that red coat shipment. 7 red coats of each card that he sends. Going up with the cornet, so going to get some delis. First card is likely going to be Falconet. Falconet's the most likely one. If not Falconet, it's going to be Safahi. One of these. He could go Mamluk. He is gaining enough gold for Mamluk. Yeah, but he also has to make sure he's training troops more as well. He should still be making Jan Abbas right now. And keeping up those numbers. By far. Yeah, no, he's got to keep that up. Okay, he doesn't have a shipment yet, though. There's a little bit of a timing attack opportunity for Gommuistan here, where he could take him out before the big boy shipment comes in. Is he going to train Cav Archers yet? Because, again, he should potentially be thinking of Cav Archers. But then again, he doesn't really know what he's got, right? Yeah, no, he doesn't know that he's got another batch of Household Blues from the stable. If he knew that, I think you probably would consider that, you know? Because this is the death blow of the Brits. Household Blue with Red Coat. That's where a lot of the matches just die for people, is that. So you gotta be careful with that. Real careful with that.
Evet.
Selam. Oduncu.
Hazır. Evet.
Emrin.
Hazır.
so he's coming in over here with the cavalry, yeah. He's gonna cut into his vills. Look at that. Crazy. Insane.
Emrin. Evet.
Abba's coming in from down below here. Oh boy, but see, this is the problem though. He's got like no like musket here to like really come into the armor with that. Household blow, so he's by default completely cooked. Yeah, see, what you needed for this was like cav archers. Cav archers. This is when you get cav archers, is for this. Cav archers is meant for assault units. Nathan was so adamant about making cav archers last game when they were totally useless, but when he really needs them here, he just doesn't make them. Yeah, because cav archers would actually outperform the Janissaries, because the cav archers have the multipliers, so they'll do like, I don't know, like 48 damage or something pretty good, maybe 50. A lot better than the Jans will. Oh yeah, no, and plus they get the ray of fire boost too, like 1.5, so that will go like poop, 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 and just keep poking them. Good. But yeah, no, this was a pretty bad situation. Nathan's got to work on his offense. I mean, he's getting there a little bit, but clearly Gommuistan knows how to outplay him with all these other civs. I think his closest bet was against the Haudenosaunee. Probably. But he wasn't able to consolidate enough to win that. Yeah. He almost got against the Haudenosaunee, but for the most part, the other ones were total... Well, not total, but, you know, interesting situations, to say the least. Yeah. Interesting situations is about it, I would say. Yeah, most definitely. So, yeah, let's see here, what the next match is now that we're done with the Nathan and the Gommuistan series. Because we got a ton of other matches to look at still, mind you. Yeah, so the next one we're looking at is Mexico versus Germany 1 and Mexico versus Germany 2. So we got more Mexico versus Germany's, folks. 2 more of them, and then we get to look at a team game, actually. Yeah, we got a team game from Zelda Verde. Yeah. So we got a lot of good games to look at tonight, actually. Oh, no, most definitely. Mexico versus Alemania. Mexico versus Germany. This one and this one. So we'll look at this one first, and then we'll move on to the next one after that. I'm assuming it's against Nathan still. Okay, so we're on the Deathly Hollows map, it looks like. This is a really cool map. It was supposed to be a lot more scary with the Headless Horseman on it, like destroying your base and stuff, if you didn't have enough score, but that trigger doesn't really work too good, so they kind of had to remove it out, I think. I think somebody tried to bring it back and make it work, but, I don't know. I don't think... Or I think the problem is that people never play on the fixed version. They always play on the unfixed version, for some reason. Yeah, I think even the fixed version didn't work, so I don't know. I know what's up with that. But either way, we got Zelda Verde is Mexico, and Nathan is Germany. This is the matchup we saw on the Hawaii map, like over an hour ago. Pretty much, we're dealing with a Germany that has all the civ bonuses for the most part of vanilla British. They got this cool house called a Mites-Kaserne. When you build a Mites-Kaserne, you get a free villager. As such, if you build all 20 Mites-Kasernes, you got 20 extra bills. Really good economy. So, as soon as that Mites-Kaserne is up, another bill comes out. Very nice, right? More vills coming out over here. Very good. Should be all good now. Yep, most definitely. Let's go back to Zelda Verde. So yeah, I'm assuming these guys are gonna run the same decks that they did the last game. So we shouldn't really see too many surprises. The one thing I would note about Zelda Verde's deck, he loves unit shipments, but he does have a few competent upgrade cards too. He does lack infinite shipments though, which is very surprising as a Ladam Civ, because Ladam Civs love their infinite shipments. You know, they got like infinite shipments for a majority of their military, right? So I think for Mexico they get infinite stuff for Unets, Lanceros, Conscriptos, Mosqueteros, Soldaderas. Really the lion's share of their roster, I would say. Also their Padreros and Volantes. Yeah, no. So yeah, you should always be using infinite unit shipment cards with Latam because that's what they specialize in, and I feel like it helps you a lot through the match to know if I need this unit again and again and again and I don't have the building up, am I going to be able to ship it in? Yeah. Okay, so Mexico this time actually goes for extractivism, which I find interesting. So extractivism is simply just eco-theory. You know, it boosts all your gather rates by 10% for your vills and your fishing boats. Kind of an interesting choice. Again, the way his deck is set, he's got like 4 crates. It's got Conscripto shipment, Mosquetero shipment, Lancero, Artisanals. Then when you get to H3, he's got Soldadera, Conscripto, Lancero, Unet. And then he's got 2 upgrades. He's got the one for the Mosqueteros and Insurgentes. This is a really important one because it actually unlocks the Guard and Imperial upgrades for the Mosqueteros. And they get a charge attack as well, where they'll actually do some, splash damage, which is pretty good. They'll like throw a grenade at them. And then you got Suplimos Poderes, which adds 2 range onto the Conscriptos and more damage, which is always good. Yeah, most definitely. Also, you got your Mondragon rifle, Soldaderas, 2 Presidio wagons. Very nice. And back to Germany. Basically, this is the standard way that a Germany deck is normally set up. You got your... Well, usually a lot of Germans will actually not even have Ballberg plan. In Eco Theory, they'll actually have 3 settlers and then Polish immigrants. Or Polish migration, I think it is Polish migration. And basically, how that works is basically you would send your 3 settlers in age 1. And then later in the game, you'd send your Polish migration to gain extra Polish peasants once you reach the max build limit of your villagers. Because again, with Germany, because they get the Krupp factories count as economic factors, their build limit for villagers as Germany is only 84. If you want to go over that, you actually have to send a card called Polish Migration 30 minutes into the game to gain enough Polish peasants to actually overcome that build limit and reach to like around the 99 mark. Yeah, it's kind of interesting in a way. Yeah, no, if you lose those Polish peasants, unfortunately you don't get them back, so be careful. In this case, obviously, we won't be seeing that, but just something to know about for when you're looking to make like a good Germany deck. That's the route you want to go down. Yeah. But anyways, it looks like he is going market there. He has sent his Albrecht plan, so now all of his Mites Concerns only cost about 88 wood, which is great. Means he'll be able to get tons of these things and thus tons of extra villagers, which you want to see. He's also picking up Gang Saw, so we can get even more Mites Concerns because the wood will be chopping even faster, which is really good. Exactly what you want to see there, most definitely. It's good. Things are moving along pretty well there. 700 wood. This is kind of similar to the way you would play British in like a Definitive Edition tournament. You basically send 700 wood first, and then you can actually send 600 wood after that, so you can maximize your Mites Concerne production. Yeah, especially if you feel like you're not going to be like rushed, if your opponent's going to like back up in your base, go ahead and build all 20 of them. Otherwise, you'll have enough wood to put up a barracks or two, and then you can start the production of line infantry. So you sort of have that British-style musket start. Yeah. And then eventually, down the road, you'll add a stable in for Hussar, too. Because eventually you will have to have something to fight skirms and cannons with, not just line infantry. So yeah, that's pretty much German meta for you. And you also can ship in about 5 settlers, too. That's another option. Works really well. Back to Zelda Verde. So he is putting up his French colony. He's got his explorer scouting right now. He didn't get a Presidio. Looks like he did get 700 coin though, so he is going for a fast fortress. Yeah. He does not have his ultimate building though. Interesting. Because if you get your ultimate building, you can get access to the Cuatreros, which are basically rocketeers that shoot rockets at the enemy. That could always be a solid option if you think you're going to be dealing with like buildings and heavy infantry and stuff. You can go with the Cuatreros. But he doesn't seem to have that option there at all, which I find kind of interesting. It's like a little mini Mexican graveyard almost. That I think it boosts the food graves. And it also has a few other minor effects too, but it especially allows you to make Cuatreros, which is the Mexican ultimate unit there. Yeah. I like how he's doing his French workers out of the gate, though, to boom up his eco a bit to keep up with Germany, because he knows Germany's going to have like 20 extra villagers in their ranks very quickly, with the way he's manor booming. So the best thing he can do is just have a few extra French workers already out to like match that strength, basically. Yeah. I feel like now he's going to go for that age 3. Yeah. It's gonna. Oh no, he canceled it out. He's gonna add in that Presidio now, looks like, yeah. I'm assuming he's going French Wave 2. Yeah, he's going French Wave 2. That's often the popular play to go with the Mexicans. You can either go French all the way and get like the gold costs on your upgrade, military upgrades cut off in the Imperial Age as part of the ultimatum power, or you can branch off and get Confederacy Age 4 to gain access to their artillery and stuff. It's really up to you. But yeah, no, at least for the first 2 ages, you can just go straight up, just go straight up, French, yeah. I think, I haven't tested around the idea of doing outlaws yet, though. I don't think outlaws are good for Mexico. At least from what I understand, I actually haven't tried outlaws in Mexico yet. Because that's something somebody could potentially do, which would justify maybe going CSA first and CSA for the second one. But who knows? Possibilities are endless. The one thing you definitely gotta know, though, when you go French immigrants, especially as a non-Paraguay civ, is French immigrants also gives you a tech that gives you 2 food works, which can really give you a solid economy. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, no, the 2 food works can always be quite handy if you get them. Definitely. Most definitely. Okay, so what's his plan from here? 2 Presidios, 1,000 wood. What next? Good question. There's a lot of possibilities. You better have an idea here because clearly at this point, Germany already is well established with a much better economy of... Let me see how many villas is he on. He is on about... How many settlers? 49. So he's doing pretty well there. It's going to go up with the city planner. Then he's going to have another TC where he's quickly going to pick out the rest of these settlers. He's going to have a total of 84. And then from there, you're going to have some problems if you don't have an established tactic at that point. The only thing militarily Mexico's got is his free dolientes from researching texts. Nothing else really, so it's tough to say how Mexico plans on conducting this match. Okay, he is making some, so the datas right now, basically skirmishers. Those at least have a bit of extra range on them, so those should deal with the German skirmishers just fine, I think. Especially with the extra damage. Okay, it looks like Nathan did make some volunteers though, so there's going to be a bit of a skirmish here. I think Mexico wins this because these Dolientes are shadow teched into veteran already. So they should be able to beat these guys no problem. Yeah, I know. Most definitely. Should be an easy cleanup there, yeah. Just like that.
Sí, mi comandante. Listo para la emboscada, comandante. Sí, mi comandante.
Alright, so second TC goes right here. Joinville. Kunda says also he sent his Yulan shipment already. So yeah, already multiple threats. You got 10 Yulans, you got 5 Kulisas, you got skirmishers. Already Mexico's going to be facing quite a lot. Now the question is how is he going to like prepare for this thing, because he's not scouting right now. He doesn't know that he's got all this stuff, but I think by now he's sort of understood how Germany operates. Because quickly, once you get to its 3, it's going to be like Yulon, Cuirassier, Skirmisher a lot of the time, and then still producing line infantry and hussars where they can too. So yeah, it's a lot of threats to deal with basically. You have to be ready for them because they're going to hit pretty deep. Yep, this is just a bunch of random text. Doesn't mean anything. Because the Headless Horseman was supposed to show up here and then just start cutting through the enemy bases pretty much. Yeah. Here comes the cow. Yeah, he's got like no protection against cav. Bills are gonna get destroyed. It's kind of okay because again he has the food graves for the killed Mexican bills, and they'll give him back some food, so that's not too bad. Yeah, no, he's taking some pretty big hits here though. Yeah, no, most definitely. Crazy stuff. Absolutely. Interesting. Right now, I think Mexico should pivot into Yanets or something. Will they, though? He's going conscripto. Okay. Well, it's a bit tough because he still has Yulons though, so I kind of get it. I get why he wants bayonets just for those, but
Saludar. Ya.
yeah, he's got like no more economy, right? Well, he's gonna be gaining some food for a while from all those dead villagers, but what does he do after that is the question. Yeah, no, he didn't even get his Dia de los Muertos yet, so he's not even getting back the food that he potentially could have if he finagled that in somehow. So that's why I always fit that into my strategy as Mexico, because I feel like you're more likely than not going to need that, so you better get it, basically. Yeah, most definitely. It's like super duper essential. Alright, we got veteran conscripto coming in, very nice.
Siento más fuerte.
Yep, Pardos. Pardos could be good, but he's gonna need a lot of them though. He's gonna need a lot of them, but he doesn't have the economy for them though. Because to like use Pardos as a defense against Cuirassiers, you're gonna need big numbers of them. And even then, I would say you would go Spearman Dragoon, or like Spearman Yanet in this case, because you need enough Dragoons to take out the stronger Cuirassiers and let the Spearmen take out the weaker ones. But then you have the factor of the skirmishers in there, so I don't know if there's anything salvageable here for Mexico. Yeah. Because I think with Mexico, you gotta be cautious. You gotta be cautious against a civ like Germany, which you know combines ranged infantry with cavalry, hand cavalry all the time. Right? You even gotta be ready for artillery, but that's a little bit down the road, right? It takes a while for the artillery thing to take off. But mostly it's hand cavalry and like ranged infantry. Muskets and or skirmishers, and then hussars and or cuirassiers. And then of course that Yulon shipment too that you have to account for. But that's usually what you're doing with Germany. Going mass skirmishers deals with one aspect, the ranged infantry, but it does not deal with the hand cavalry aspect. So you gotta build a cohesive unit comp that you know is going to work almost every single time. Or you need to learn to scout, so you know, like, basically, realistically speaking, if you can, you know, do that. Yeah, no, most definitely. I don't know, though, because I feel like it's kind of the point of no return right now. If he, like, kept that army that he lost before and then came in with all this stuff now, maybe he could have done a little something, but, oh, no, wait a second. Is he making, like, artillery from a foundry? Yes, he is. He's making artillery from a foundry right now. Oh, God. Look at all the cans he's making. See, this is interesting, because whenever I face Nathan, I often love to punish Nathan for making so many cannons, and I, like, kill them all, and then he resigns. But for this guy, because he's not building the right stuff, and he's not maintaining enough pressure and presence and stuff, the artillery actually kills him. But for me, when Nathan does too much artillery, I destroy him. I have cavalry, I have like culverins, I have like something to punish him for it. But in this case, no such thing. So 6 falconets is really 6 falconets for him, which is awfully fatal. But at least in my situation, I'm often able to turn this sort of thing around, turn the ship around, as you say, and you know, punish him for it. So yeah, it's kind of fun and interesting, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. That's definitely, yeah, pretty much.
Bereit.
Ja.
Yeah, because Germany has tons of resources. They could add more cans in, but they don't have any pop anymore. They're maxed out. Whereas Verde, he doesn't even have 100 pop housing available yet. So how is he supposed to deal with something like that? He doesn't even have a Volante shipment, so yeah, I mean, to me personally, I don't like Volante shipments, but it's just the point that he has like no answer to artillery at all. He just does all this infantry thinking that's going to win, and then he has like no way of dealing with mass artillery like this. This is why whenever I face Zelda Verde in Paraguay, he gets so tripped up once I build the artisanal cans. And they gets humbled so hard by that, which I always find super funny. Yeah, no. He has like a weakness against artillery massing. I find that always pretty interesting. But see, now his army's gone and everything's dead. It's all dead right now. It's all dead. Every bit of it is dead. Oh man. Crazy stuff is. Oh yeah, most definitely. He's in a pretty big pickle right now. He really is. Now, can he do something about this pickle? Can he get out of the pickle? Can he eat the pickle? Maybe he can eat the pickle. Good. It's not good. Just not enough production, man. You know? Mexico especially, you gotta get some good economy going. Like, extractivism is not usually the play to go with first. You should usually go Presidio first and then Dia de los Muertos. In that order. Anything else is gonna carry some risk in it. He does manage to dislodge some cannons, but that doesn't deal with the rest of his army, though. Yeah, no. It's just not good there. Oh no, most definitely. So, yeah. I don't know what to tell you about that one. It's definitely not. It's not good. What are you even doing, man? Like, he's like literally hiding behind all these trees with town centers. Ugh. Yeah. Definitely, though, Verde's got to work on his strategy in Mexico because he does an awfully good France and China. But his Peru and Mexico needs work. A lot of work, man. A lot of work. Because whenever Verde plays Chinese, I'm always impressed with the amount of like mass he's able to do and stuff. But seems like with Mexico, he's got a bit of learning to do, I think, for sure. Because I think technically Latin economy and stuff is pretty easy to manage. It's kind of just the same as Europe. So the fact that he struggles so much with Latin always perplexes me quite a bit. Especially a civ like Mexico that actually has better economy. Because they have all those presidios that they're able to boom up with. You know? Yeah, no. It always leaves me a bit shell-shocked when I see Mexico struggling in these matchups. Because they're one of the better civs in the game. They're often considered either like a super hot... They're either either a high S tier civ or a low S tier civ, typically. Like, they are really good. They really know what they're doing, so... Seeing Mexico struggling in 1v1 is always a bit perplexing for sure. And they should do even better in team games, too, so, yeah. Just figured I'd point that out. Like, Mexico, if you're looking for a good lab civ to learn, this Mexico civ is actually really good. Like, don't think because he's El Zelda Verde is, like, throwing the game a lot of the time with the civ that it's bad. It's actually really good. And one of the better ones, because they have good economy by default. Their military is exceptional. They get some cool, unique units and stuff. They get some good upgrades. So, yeah. Also, their immigrant choice is not bad either. You know, they get the Chinese, they get the French, they get the CSA. They get a lot of different cool options. So yeah, most definitely. Looks like a GG. We'll see what happens in the second one. Maybe El Zelda Verde learns something and actually improves it. But I have no idea though at this point. Like, it could really be anything at this stage. You know what I'm saying? No, it's definitely. We'll see though. We'll see. Yep, GG. Very nice. Alright, let's exit out of this one now and go into the next one now. Okay. Alright, we're going to Mexico versus Germany game 2 now. And then we'll look at the 2 versus 2 game after that. I think once we get done with this one, this would mean that we've looked at about 8 recordings tonight. So almost half the ones that we possibly have. Yeah. Quite a bit. Yeah, no, most definitely. Most definitely. Maybe we'll have another stream of this too to get the other half done. Probably not this week. We'll save it for another week because it feels like today people really aren't. At least for the most part, there isn't a huge appetite for these, so I might save it for a later date and do some more exciting stuff to get the views up, especially after the hiccup we had with the Risu's and Hako's bales biting my fiber optic wires situation. That definitely should not happen again, I hope. Yeah, because Monday was a good stream day, you know, we had some good stuff, we had some good viewer hours, and it just felt like, boop, everything died at that point, so I don't know. Metal 69 no Schutzen. I remember that one, that was a fun game. Yeah, we'll look at this one now, right here. The sequel of the first one we just watched. Yeah, well, I wish we could have like games of Metal and Cap again. They were such good players. They're like really good. Oh, is this wait a second. We just saw this one, didn't we? Didn't we just see this one? Let me look. Something is up. Let me see. Or did I get the wrong? Wait a second. Something's wrong here. I'm just curious, like, did we get the wrong one before? Or? Peru versus Germany 2 with the parentheses. I'm just trying to see if this is also the Hawaii match we just saw. Because I'm wondering if I typoed something in with the recording or not. Oh, so there was another. There was another. Wow, I fumbled the ball on that one. Wow. I thought Zelda Verde like didn't define the recording right. I actually went to the wrong one. Wow, I fumbled that one so easily. Well, looks like we got a new recording to look at now. Peru versus Germany Part 2. So we'll see how that sequel actually ended. Interesting. Alright, so let's go to P for Peru right now. This one right here. Yep, this is the one we want to see. Peru versus Germany Part 2. So what map are we on now, actually, for this matchup? Alright, so it looks like I forget what the name of this map is, but it's the one that has like the huge swamp that goes through the middle. It's like really tight around here, and then it spreads out like a tree in its roots, almost. Yeah. But yeah, no, this will again will be El Zelda Verde with Peru, and then Nathan will be running Germany again. So we're going to see if El Zelda Verde attempts to go Grenadier again, or if he tries something a little bit different like Briniero, Mosquetero, just straight up Briniero. Yeah, no. Because I feel like if it was my situation, I would probably be able to actually at least rush out early on Nathan's Germany by just spamming Brinieros, because I find the Nathan Germany seems a lot less dangerous as the Cap Germany in terms of military threat, and I could easily overwhelm Nathan's positions early on with Brinieros. At least I think so. But then again, I don't know. We'll see, though. I mean, we'll see for sure. 100%. But, yeah. We'll see. So right now, looks like Germany has the first Meitzgeserne out with their extra bill. Again, choosing to leave a little bit of wood behind to make sure his bills don't idle for any time at all there, which is pretty good. Just so he can keep his bills constantly on the economy, which is super important. Back over here, though, Zelda Verde is pumping tons of bills out onto hunts. Now, the thing I'm concerned about is he's taking out a large amount of animals. Normally, you don't have to hunt this many animals at the same time. And I feel like it's a little concerning because he's losing potential food by doing that. Yeah, it's not like Age of Empires 2 Return to Rome, where you can just, like, kill a ton of animals and just leave their rotting meat everywhere. Like it's total slop. I feel like you can't do that. Because here's the thing, every time you lose a hunt, you're going to have to go out farther and farther to get more hunts. And eventually, those hunts are going to be so far out that you're going to get raided constantly. Yeah. Now, again, Peru, their villagers can actually garrison inside the houses and thus be able to avoid that threat. But it's still something I would consider. And I would try to preserve my hunts as much as possible. And even so, like, when it's time to get to your new hunt, you're going to lose villager seconds walking that distance. Assuming you know where you're going. Like, does he know where the hunts are? Well, he knows about this one. He knows about this one. He knows about this one. But does he know about the one here, the one here, the one here? No, he does not. In case he has to go in that direction, because you never know. Germany could put a fort or a barracks over here and, like, rush you from the south. You have to go north. You know, I'm not saying that Nathan is, and he's certainly not doing that sort of advanced type of gameplay, but somebody who's a little bit more adept at the game is going to be able to pull those tricks on you. And it's actually going to, you know, be a threat for the most part. Yeah, most definitely. Absolutely. Alright, so let's look at his Peru deck again. Okay, so he's got 3 bills, he's got the Wood Trickle, he's got Eco Theory, he's got 600 wood, 600 coin, 700 coin, he's got Brenero, Grenadier. He has the Grenadier upgrade card here, which is called the Campagna di Restauración. It basically adds 15% damage to the Grenadier, so it's like an attack card. But it also adds an additional 15% to hand attack specifically. Thus, the hand attack goes up by 30% and the range attack goes up by 15%. Yeah. So, basically, just specializes deeply into the Grenadiers, making them really good combat units, for sure. I mean, if I was going to be fighting cavalry at all, I would definitely make sure I have Campagna di Restauración done ahead of time. So that way your hand attack will be enough to actually fight the cav. In particularly the scout. Assault will still be a threat because they have resistance. And thus, that hand attack will not go very good for you. Just saying. Yeah, other than that though, this is looking alright. Again, no infinite shipments, which I'm a little concerned about. I'm awfully concerned by the lack of infinite shipments here, because you could get an infinite 7 Vivinera, infinite 4 Lancero here, which I think would go a lot better. You also get some beefy, huge infinite shipments of Legion Point, particularly in Age 4, that you should consider. Yeah. Of course, Strombizimo is a card we don't see a lot of. It's basically just a covered wagon card that also allows wagons to move faster and build faster. So, basically it gets the TC up and running a lot quicker. And then if you want to subsequently build immigrant colonies, build forts, build factories, works wagons and stuff, it just makes those go quicker down the road. So there's less risk of them getting destroyed and more of a chance that you're going to be able to start up queues right away from that. Yeah. Alright, so you got your... Oh, interesting. You went Irish. Irish is okay. You got some alright stuff. Typically when I go Peru, nowadays I go Chinese. Because I often go with the Brenero route. and that's an all wood costing unit. So I like to go with the Chinese so I can pick up their technology that boosts up wood chopping by I think like 20% or 15%. It's pretty or it might just be 10% actually, you know. But still, combine that with like virgin forest, carpentry, and extractivism, and you got yourself a mean wood economy to spam wood costing units like the Berneros. Yeah, that's usually what I do. But obviously in his case he's a little bit different. He probably likes the Fenians quite a bit. He likes some of the technologies like potato farming that they got that can give you some pretty good food rates. Yeah. So I totally get it. Now he is going to go with the woodcart first. Oh, he cancels that out actually. What's he going to do though? He's going to go for a piranha shipment. He's acting a little bit slow. Why did he hesitate against the wood? Because now he just lost time. You can't hesitate like that over something as simple as a wood shipment. Because wood shipments across the board are always going to be useful to you. So I really don't think there's ever a time where you should cancel the shipment now and rethink it. Yeah, no, because wood is usually a universal starting card once you're in Age 2. And then from there, you pick what you're going to do. Are you going to go Fast Fortress and get gold? Well, Semi-Fast Fortress and get gold? Are you going to go Grenadiers? Are you going to go Cavalry? Going to go Skirmish, Spearmen, Mushatero? What exactly? Yeah. I just think if you do it that way, it just becomes a lot harder. Yeah, it definitely does, I think. Most definitely. Alright, so he is making the workers. Now, the Irish workers, I don't think they're even good at economy. They're just healers, right? Yep, they're basically just like semi-priests and they can heal your units up, but gather rate-wise, they're not that good. Yeah, no. Pretty much not. I think their houses trickle XP, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think they trickle XP. Which used to be the case for all immigrant houses in the mod until the lab rework, and then they sort of flipped the script on that. Yeah. Most definitely, so yeah. Alright, so are we going to see Grenadiers here or what? Okay, Legion Piranha is the unit. My thing is he's super late to the game. Because at this point, Germany is fully boomed out with all their Mites Casernes. They're building a barracks. Probably aging up. Yeah, he is aging up. He's picking up his 7 corner. This is way too late to like deal with Germany. He's giving him the keys to the kingdom. He's letting him get full manor boom and a semi-fast fortress. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah. And because you're coming to the thing so late, I mean, yeah, the fact that he's just making line infantry now is like totally fine. You should be right up on top of him, like challenging him, contesting it, you know? Don't let him get all 20 vills, because once he gets a 20 vill lead on you, it's over. It's absolutely over if you can't like start picking at them and raiding them and stuff. You're done. A 20 vill gap is huge. A 20 vill gap is like astronomical. And he sent his 5 villager card too, so really he's got like a, I would say probably like a 2+2 vil boost from that because he skips 3 settlers, right? So that's awfully large, isn't it? Oh, it most definitely is. I wouldn't want to be in that situation if it was me, just saying. It's not good. So, where's he at now? He's got about 5 Legion Piranhas. Is he going to make more of them? Yeah, he's going to make more of them, I assume. Oh, no, he ages up. Okay, that's actually fine, you know? But I think in this situation, I think he learned his lesson from the first game. He's like, you know what? What I was doing before just isn't going to work. I'm going to have to, like, pivot my strategy a bit and maybe get something else here. Yeah, most definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, no. Alright, you got your attractivism in there, which is quite good. Yep. Where's the second Irish way? It says you get some free Fenians from that. That might be okay. That might be okay. If he can get some Vivinderas. Because if he can get Vivinderas to deal with his infantry, then he'll have a few Fenians to deal with cuirassiers and stuff. I think that might be okay. But then again, he's got Yulons too to worry about. Yeah, no, I'm still not feeling very confident about his performance at Peru here. He's just not. I feel like he's really missing some stuff here that's going to bite him really hard. Oh yeah, most definitely it is. Most definitely it is. So yeah, I don't know what to say though. It's going to be tricky. It's going to be definitely be really tricky for sure. But we'll see what happens either way. Most definitely. Alright, grenade throws there. Alright, grenade. Ooh, okay. I like how he's preserving the grenades this time. I think that's a little bit better than last time. Because he's not going in deep with all the grenadiers and wasting their throws. Because he knows that the grenadiers in this game have a charge attack with the grenade throw, so they throw a grenade and they have to wait 60 seconds to cool down and throw some more. So he's definitely managing good in that aspect, which I like, for sure. Yeah, Cuirassiers, Yuan, so it's like the last game. Now, that's going to be where the concern part comes in. Yes, he has a counter to Cuirassiers, but he does not have one against Scout. That's right. I guess he could make it work, but it's going to be... He needs to get his Fenians out of the front, I feel like. And I think that's, unfortunately, the fault of... the way the game works. It naturally throws cavalry into the front of the formation, and that's what the Fenians are. They're a form of cavalry, kind of like an Eagle Runner Knight. So yeah, the game's like, oh yeah, I'll throw the Fenians in the front so they get shot first. No, that's a unit that you can't train yet. You can train them in Age 4 after sending the pub card, the Irish pub card. You can train them, but now no, once you lose them, you lose them. Alright, Germany's ending more skirms. How about Peru? Let's check out Peru, what they're doing. So they're gonna add some spearmen in. Okay, it's looking a little bit better now. I mean, at least something's coming together more than nothing. Now, I hope the Fenians can like blast the Cuirassiers and let the spearmen hold out enough to do some damage to the Yulons. Otherwise, it's gonna still be a really tough matchup, I think. Yeah, no, most definitely. One thing to know about Vivinderas too, their stats are less than that of an average skirmisher, but they make up for it with the heal ability. So yeah, look at how the Vivinderas are just going to heal up all of his troops and give them some more longevity. That's where the Juanitas Bonitas, as I call them, the Vivinderas really shine, is their healing ability, which helps extend the value of your army a lot longer. Yeah. here comes the combat card here called Sierra Combat. So Sierra Combat will benefit Vivenderas as well as Ancieros. Things that are called Andean will affect Mosquiteros and Maneros. Which looks like he doesn't do, so he probably doesn't have those, right? Really just the Sierra stuff, yeah. For the most part.
Órdenes.
Okay, so how much spears? He got about 16, and has Germany add any additional cavalry? No. But they are going Krupp Factory to add in Falconets. They don't have any yet, but they're going to be getting one real soon. So this gives Peru a bit of an opportunity to, like, push at him a bit before that cannon arrives. Oh god, he's got the Fenians in the front. No. 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 Bad. Muy malo. Okay, that was an okay charge attack. Alright, now he's got the Fenians onto the cap. But does he know to, like, target the Cuirassiers? Well, looks like the Fenians are not targeting where they're supposed to. Oh, no. No, absolutely not. Not good. Okay, he's taking out some of the cap. It's just not what it should be. No, it's definitely not. Really bad. Another fumble. He's fumbling it again. I mean, he's just not making the right troops, but yeah, no, it's still a fumble there. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. Alright. Jägerbusch. Yeah, Jägerbusch is a good card. Now, I think in this situation, Jägerbusch is kind of a waste for Germany. Germany should be considering probably a skirmisher shipment of Cuirassiers over Jägerbusch. Jägerbusch is if you're fighting Dragoons, because Jägerbusch adds multipliers against Dragoons to your skirmishers. So if you're not dealing with Dragoons at that moment, don't send Jägerbusch yet. Wait till they make Dragoons and then send the Jägerbusch out. And then you'll do about 2.5 against Dragoons, which is a lot better than the standard, you know, multiplier output that you do there. Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah, I mean, at this point it's tough to say who's going to win this. It's virtually impossible. Yeah, no, most definitely. So yeah, it's totally tough for sure. We got some Falconets coming in from the back because he does that in Foundry as well and actually trains them directly. And he's got like 7 cannons. Yeah, see if Peru was like making some good troops and like managing, that could actually be something you could exploit. But not in this case. No, he's just not making really anything he should, so it's honestly biting him in the tail pretty badly. Yeah, no, most definitely. So, it is what it is, man. Let's put a ping on it there. Yeah, I was looking for another server to ping for the stream. So it looks like we've lost our viewers. I'd like to have a little bit of company at least. I don't mind yapping to myself for a while, but yeah, it gets a little boring otherwise. Falconets under the fort right there. Yeah, he just does not have the army to do enough right now. Most definitely not. Oh, good use of the falconets there to like blast the spearmen. Now you can just shoot him in the back as he's breathing. I mean, the fort's gonna slow him down a bit. I mean, that's at least the only good thing I can say. But really, you should be using the fort as a bit of piece of strength and maybe push it out a bit. But now he's like really forced to have it right up against here. And also another thing you know too is basically the way Verde has his eco set up and everything. He doesn't have like any resources to like even upgrade his troops at all. So he's like fighting with like age 2 spearmen against like veteran skirms or veteran cuirassiers, which is a total disaster waiting to happen. A disaster. A total disaster. Yeah, no. That's exactly what it is. It's really bad, yeah, I know. But yeah, Verdes needs to like start coming up with ways to like preserve his army, start building better compositions, because he has fought this Germany civ probably like 4 times at this point, so he should have some know-how of how to deal with it. He's just not learning. He's not learning how to fight Germany. That's like hurting him real bad in his matchups. Because if he could at least learn how to fight Germany a bit better, I feel like things would go a lot smoother for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, he should know the way that the Civ operates. I mean, technically, you should be watching my stuff to find out how Germany operates, because I've covered Germany time and time again. From the best, like Cap, some other players that play Germany, they're top-notch. Even me. And there's a way to play Germany within a certain order, and thus that gives the enemies, if they study them, a way to deal with them. Clearly is not over here, which is unfortunate. Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah. Alright, he's just gonna keep making spearmen and weaving arrows, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not gonna do anything. Well, in this situation, but supposing he was trying to like legitimately fix this, what you would need is you would need something to do with artillery, assault, skirmish. This would be the main threat: skirmish, assault, and artillery. What can you do for that? So you could go units to deal with the assault, right? And like put them in melee to cut the last few ones out. Send them after the cannons, and then for all the skirmish, you would need probably artillery. So you could go artillery maneuver. That's a possibility. Definitely not Spearman Skirmish, because Spearman Skirmish only scares the cavalry off. It doesn't, like, confront them directly. And then the skirmishers have, like, nothing to really gain here, because they'll get shredded by the artillery, they'll get shredded by the skirm. Well, not shredded. Well, they'll be shredded because they don't have the numbers, so yeah, that's another factor. So, yeah, this is not a good situation to find yourself in by any means, and you need to make sure that when you're playing that you don't end up in this position. Because often if I was in a position like this where I was this hopeless and I wasn't just trying to run up the clock for views or something, I would probably resign. I would just say, I'm out of here. It's like, I have like no method of dealing with this. Yeah, no. It's real tough, for sure, but you just have to know strategy. You have to know strategy in Wars Living. It's a strategy game. It's an RTS, real-time strategy. So you kind of have to learn these tactics. If you don't, it goes really south really fast. I'm not kidding. It really does. Most definitely. I mean, Elstar Verde, you know, he's not a bad player. He's actually really strong, but he just doesn't understand these Lam Civs at all. And I will say, Peru can be a tough one to learn, because Peru doesn't get muskets. Yeah, Peru does not get, they don't get standard muskets. Now, Peru can actually get some muskets through Colorado's, well, through this card called the Peru-Bolivia Confederation. That is shared with the Bolivian Civ, and it unlocks the other Civ's ultimate unit. So for Peru, it unlocks the Bolivian one. For Bolivia, it unlocks the Peruvian one. And basically, the way that works is you would have to build light ships and then you would be able to train Colorados from them. Yeah, basically. Yeah. And then you would actually need your ultimate building, I think, to actually upgrade the Colorados, which is kind of a bit messy, but, wait a second now. Wait a second. That's not true anymore. No, it's not, because Colorados are no longer a unit in Wars of Liberty, right? They got the Illimani. Got the Illimani as an ultimate unit. So you would begin anti-skirms as, Peru now, right? Oh yeah, no. The Colorado ended up becoming like a Royal Guard upgrade for the Keiruna native, infantry now, yeah. And then the Keiruna went from being a musketeer to a grenadier now. Yeah, they basically merged like 3 units into one with Bolivia, which was super wacky. They took the Keiruna, the Colorado, and the Daza, and they merged them all into one unit. That's scary, like, it's super scary, you know. No more Colorados, just Keirunas, the Royal Guard upgrade into the Colorados. That's it. And then the Dazas are completely gone, which was the original Grenadier. Because the Dazas kind of went from being in the home city to the barracks to the home city again, and then to the barracks again, and then they just got removed. And then the Keirunas became them. And then, you know, the Colorado was kicked out and turned into the Royal Guard upgrade for the, you know, yeah. And you know what's funny is the Keirunas started out looking like Keirunas. They get the veteran upgrade for the Keirunas, and then Royal Guard, they turned into Colorados. And then Imperial Age, they actually turned to the Dazas. They get the Daza skin, which is super funny. And you know what they ended up doing was, they ended up messing up the British Civ that gets a Royal Decree that gives them Coldstream Guards. Because what the developers originally planned was, since the Daza looks awfully a lot like, you know, a fur-capped Coldstream Guard Grenadier of the British Army, they've literally just delivered you a batch of the Bolivian Dazas that were changed to speak British. But now that they went through that whole change, literally when you send the Royal Decree, they don't look like British soldiers. They look like a bunch of Bolivian guys with yellow shirts now. Because they no longer have the Daza skin on them. So I don't know if they're gonna... You know what they'll have to do, probably? They'll probably have to change it over to make them Imperial Daza, Imperial Keirunas, or Imperial Colorados, so that they have the Coldstream Guard skin on them. Unless they want to manually do some coding work, add like some coding effect to add the Daza skin onto the non-upgrade ones, which they could totally do, but yeah, no. I mean, I think it would be fine, actually, if they just gave them a bunch of Imperial Grenadiers at that point. Because Grenadiers, you know, they're not game changers. Mainly, if they're sent from a card, they're not going to be a game changer. Now, if you're constantly training them, yeah, they're a threat. And if you're stacking them, they're a threat. If you get like one batch of like 15 to 20 of them, even if they're a super upgrade, they just don't have like the militaristic means of like eking you a win typically. Yeah, no. You just don't. So yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that's pretty much it though, I would say for sure. Yeah. Yeah, this looks like it's a loss though, unfortunately, for Zelda Verde. I'll have to check out his 2 versus 2 now to see how that went. I'm actually looking forward to it. Seems like a really cool thing. Well yeah, let's go to it right now. I'll exit out of the game, we'll restart into it, and then we'll be able to look at it right away. Let's do it. Let me boot it up right now. Wars of Liberty is booting up again. Let me see what that game is called again, so I know what it is. Alright, so it should be right over, let me see, here. Rec games. China, Romania versus Central America, Belgium. That's a weird combination. Let me check that out, yeah. China, Romania. China. this one. I don't think we've seen this one before. No, this looks new. Looks super new. Okay, so we got Zog and Darkus versus Pox and Verde. Oh, interesting. And so we'll remove all this now. Ooh, it's on this map. This is a good map. Basically, you have this big body of water here, and then you have a little crossing here up at the top. So you can either like go right across the water and land here to attack your enemies, or you can like cross the land and take like a curved route like that. Yeah, interesting. So it looks like Zog is playing Central America. And who's playing the Civ? Okay, Darkus is doing Belgium. Zelda Verde is playing Chinese, which is one of his better civs. It's actually probably his best civ. And then Pox is playing Romania. Okay, so not considering the players, just considering the matchups. Typically, it's tough to say. Actually, it is. Well, because here's the thing. I think Romania is kind of weak, typically. And then Central America can be kind of iffy, too, sometimes. So, it really depends on what these guys have in mind. Yeah, because China's powerful civ. Belgium, another powerful civ. So, yeah. And the map does have trade sockets, right? It's got trade socket here, trade socket there. And then you got natives on here, right? So, yeah, it definitely does provide enough to take advantage of Belgium. Plus, you got Jesuits down at the bottom, too. So, definitely Belgium has a chance of being Belgium here, which I think is quite good. Yeah, basically. Yeah, so I think in general, I don't know. But knowing how good Verde's China is, I feel like they might have a bit more weight potentially. But I know Zog is also a pretty strong Central America. So yeah, no, I think it's gonna be Zog versus Verde, like Central America versus China, and then Romania and Belgium will play supporting roles, most likely. That's at least the way I see it based on the players and how I know them and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, we'll check the decks out. So which one is Zog running? Because I know he's got ones for multiple Central American rosters. He's got Los Altos here. Alright. Los Altos. So he's got all this. He's got cards for that. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. So pretty much if you didn't know about Central America as a civ in Wars of Liberty, they basically, instead of having one unilateral unit roster, actually get to choose their unit roster, and then they can change it at any time as well. So basically how that works is you like build your barracks or stable, right? You get this pick which Central American country you want to be, and you can play as that Central American country, and it will affect the way your unit roster looks and a special bonus that your explorer gets. If you don't like that and you want to change it later, you have to use the big button at the town center to rejoin the Union of Central America again, and then pick a new country to be, right? And how it works is every Central American roster consists of about 5 units. They can be any one of the standard Latin American common units or a unique unit called the Dragon Rojo. Yeah, so don't go thinking that they have like 50,000 unique units. Unfortunately, they don't have that. What makes the difference is what the Royal Guard is, right? Because every one of these Central American countries has their own Royal Guard unit. So you can get up to 6 Royal Guard units as Central America. You can get one for the Mosquetero, one for the Escopetero, one for the Conscripto, one for the Lancero, for the Escolta, and the Dragon Rojo. Dragon Rojo, basically a secondary Dragoon unit for Central America that does it kind of does the opposite of what the unit does. The Annette, is a standard dragoon, so it has multipliers against artillery and assault units at range. Whereas the Dragon Rojo, while it still counters artillery, it dropped its assault multipliers for scout multipliers. So it actually acts like real vanilla Definitive Edition dragoons, actually able to counter hussars, which is super funny. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's quite a good unique unit just by the fact that it actually counters scout units at range. Gives you a lot of flexibility, yeah. So let's see what Emigrate goes with. He goes up with the Scandinavians first. Alright, that's fine. Scandinavians will give you some Explorer Dogs you can use to support your Explorer with, right? Quite good. They're actually heroes, so they're actually immortal. They don't actually die, which is super good. And the later you wait in the game to get Scandinavians, you can get bigger and bigger batches of these Explorer Dogs too. So sometimes it's beneficial just to wait till later to get them, just so you can take advantage of all the doggos. Yeah. How about Romania, though? I'm trying to see what Romania's up to here. Okay, so Romania's moved their Verdon up to here with their Roman villagers, their gypsies. Cool. Okay, so what cards does he get? So he got a Verdon with Gypsy, followed by Lord Thari to boost him up. Now he's gone King Carol Bridge. This is actually a pretty powerful card, because it actually allows you to basically get an additional delivery option from your trading post. So instead of resources or XP, you can opt to get infantry from your trading post. Yeah, you can actually get Dorabanti, which is your musketeer unit. But unfortunately, I think he messed up the build a bit because... Oh no, he deleted... Okay, it's King... Yeah. Yeah, no, he's going to have to build that one too, basically. Yeah, no. Because basically with King Carol Bridge, you should really try to grab all of the train posts on the route and try to get Stagecoach and the Iron Horse as fast as possible. Because that way, then you can stack a ton of extra free muskets that way, yeah. It's basically this option right here. This one right in the UI. Originally, it was supposed to give you 2, but they found out because of some weird hard code bug, you're not able to deliver more than 1 unit from a delivery batch, which is super weird, but yeah. Yeah, but he's going to have to change this over, though, to the Dorabon option for that to work, yeah. And then he's picking up adoption of the land script. Basically, this gives you a Tower House wagon and enables 3 European arsenal techs from it. Yeah, basically, your Tower House is a combination between an outpost, a house, and an arsenal for the Balkan civs, which Romania belongs to. And yeah, this will actually just add a couple of additional European ones onto it as well. Now, Romania... Yeah, no, he hasn't even switched them over yet. He needs to switch that to Dorabanti right now. And then eventually he can rush onto the enemy side over here and take this one. And then he'll get even more Dorabants to build up his army with. Like, yeah, exactly what he's doing. He's just going about in a weird and kind of risky way, I think. Yeah, no, because if you want this to work out, right, he's got to make sure that he actually gets enough Dora bonds from this trade up here. And it's especially hard because the trade route is so big. It starts all the way here, and it actually goes through the water all the way over to here. So you got to make sure that you're keeping this on Dora bonds constantly to make the most of it. Yeah. He's also picking up an interesting card called Sociedad de Geography. Improves your explorer in combat and delivers one chief accompanied by a group of Ugulicasi de Indiende. Promotes you to temporarily have an extra chief. It's mostly just an explorer upgrade card that also gives you an extra explorer and then some Cazador de Indios. Yeah. Cazador de Indios is simply just a skirmisher that has multipliers against natives as well. It's pretty much an immigrant version of the Belgian Force Publique skirmisher that Darkus could actually make. That has the added ability of killing native units on top of, muskets and dragoons, which is quite helpful. And if they're like native dragoons and native muskets, oh, watch out. They're like done for. Yeah. What's he getting now, actually? Oh, carpentry from the market. That makes sense. That's the second wood chopping tech right there. Alright, Darkus is aging up. That makes total sense. He's picking up some stuff from the Jesuit site. He's going up with the academic. That should be pretty good, I think, yeah. Very nice. Oh, is he getting mercenaries? He's got a tavern right there, right in this spot.
Climb.
Darkus is going forward with the barracks, it looks like, up here, too. Yeah.
Hello?
Comes some conscriptos there.
Clear.
And so then you go musket skirmish. Alright, it's going two settler build on the barracks. I already want to see how much Verde is masked up at this point. Okay, so he's got like one batch from War Cami there, right? Yep. Actually, no, from the Summer Palace. He is going Fishboom, which I think is really smart here. Yeah, he's definitely taking advantage of the war. How much fish has he done? He's gotten... How many is he on? He's on about 24. That's actually really good Fishboom. As long as he can make good use of it, I think he'll be in great shape. He's also going to pick up the Boxer army now, which consists of Boxers and Zangus. The Boxers are pretty much Chengdao swordsmen, and then the Zangus are arquebusiers. So really, functionally wise, the Chinese units in Wars of Libya are for the most part the same as they are in, the vanilla game in Definitive Edition. Yep, the Nian Riders simply just step riders. Chukanu or Chukanu, that hasn't changed. Boxers are the Chengdaos, the Zangus are the arquebusiers. Tigermen would be your Quang pikemen. The Manchu would be your Kijiks. Yeah, the Manchu also changed names, I think, to the Tartar as a result. And then you got Meteor Hammers still. And then instead of Iron Flails, because that is now a Korean unit, the Chinese now get Banner Cavalry. Yep, they got Banner Cavalry. And the Banner Cavalry is basically just like, the mounted infantry from Definitive Edition for the Austrian, the House of Habsburg? They're literally just that. They're just a cavalry with multipliers against infantry on horseback. Yeah, that's pretty much what you get there. Yeah, no. Okay, it looks like Romania now has some Venatori. Basically, they're Romanian skirmishers. And then they're Cazador the Indios here, called the Ukagaz the Indiendi. Yeah. Alright, they have upgraded the trade route. That's good. That's actually going to go a lot better for Pox. And Pox finally switched over his trade post to the Dorabans, it looks like. Yep, which is super duper good. Funny thing, it doesn't show in the UI anymore once you change the Dorabans, which I find super funny. It's like the game doesn't have ability to show the queue of those, which is hilarious. Yeah, no, basically these train posts are going to keep pumping out Dorabans every time that it delivers. And the funny thing is, the Dorabans are not limited by population either here. So, if you reach like 200 pop, these train posts will still make Dorabans. And thus, you're able to go over the population cap very quickly, which is super funny. Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah, I think there's also some cool... Oh yeah, that's right. No, wait a minute, no, I'm thinking of an Arsiv. I think there's a tech actually that actually turns your Dorabans into soldiers in the Great War Age. Yeah, that's it. And then typically if you go to Imperial Age with like 1,000 Dorabans, and then you get to Great War Age, you can actually turn all the Dorabans into Great War Age soldiers, and thus they become much better. They shoot faster, they have multipliers against artillery, more HP, more damage. Well, not necessarily more damage, but definitely more HP. And they become really good. Yeah, no. Because I've done that, I think, to 420 before, and he had, like, no, like, clue on how to deal with that. It was, like, really bad. Yeah, no. It's like, what am I supposed to do, man? What am I supposed to do? You're like, hey, it's my build. You should try it yourself, man. It's really good. Yeah, most definitely. It's really nice. For sure.
Sunt pregătiți de luptă. Nu uita în numele regelui.
So what we're seeing here mostly with China. So China's mostly got Zangu skirms, a couple of boxers. He changed over his summer palace to make the boxer Zangu army there. Got his long dragons coming from the academy, Looks like, yep. Reefers coming in there from the building. Yeah, looks like. Alright, what about this side? So this side has Grenadiers and volunteers from Belgium. The Central Americans doing conscriptos. No one from the Sog and Darkest side has gone Industrial Age yet, right? He's getting machine guns, though. He's getting miniatures. These are machine guns. They basically have multipliers against cavalry. So they'll be good against cavalry, but they can be good against infantry, too. But just be aware that all machine guns, except for the Korean Hwachas, which are a little bit different, will do pierce damage and not crush damage. So technically skirmishers can be somewhat protected against machine guns. Whereas things like hand infantry, muskets, not so much. They'll still be pretty much countered by machine guns pretty well. Yeah, and also enemy artillery too. Yeah, enemy artillery will be pretty impervious against machine guns, at least to an extent. Because machine guns on average do not do a lot of damage. Their big caveat is the fact that they do more multipliers against units. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's pretty much the case with those, I would say, yeah. No.
Oui. Prêt. Votre ordre? Oui. Votre ordre? Oui.
Provisional government. Oh, all cards arrive 50% faster. I don't know about... He does have a infinite shipments, though. I don't know why he's going for that. I would mostly go for something like this if I had infinite cards. Like if he had the infinite bicycle infantry shipment in Age 4. Maybe. But with what he's doing right now, I just don't think that's super valuable, at least for now. It's definitely not. Oh, looks like Romania's already got their guard Dorobanti, right? Yep.
Nu uita pentru ce lupți.
Plus he's gonna get a few extra free ones here right now too. Very nice.
Numele regelui.
He's also making mobile armors, which would be Balkan heavy artillery. In German, they're called the Vorpanzers. Basically, these big tanky turret type looking things. They have a lot of good HP on them, so they're really hard to destroy, but they don't do a ton of damage though. They're really just durable heavy cannons in a way. I guess you can explain them pretty much. Okay, so the miniatures machine guns are blasting into the enemies now. Oh wow, look, that was Zelda Verde built them on to the Chinese. That's not good. Yeah, no, most definitely not. Oh, it looks like the Fox and Zelda Verde side would be charging in now. Yeah, Central America's trying to hold the line though with artisanal cannons, which is probably a very smart play there with his conscriptos. And as we know with Zelda Verde, his weakness is artillery, so yeah, not a bad move actually. Oh man, look at that, that's insane. Crazy. Whoa. Wow, wow, wow. Ugh. Talk about trouble. I don't know, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Pretty insane stuff right there. Oh yeah, most definitely. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, yeah. Alright, they're forced to retreat now, looks like, with their Volantes and Artisanals. Belgium is completely knocked out of the area. I would like to see Romania, like, go for these trade sockets here and pick those up so they can get even more free Dorabans. And that way it can put up Iron Horse, put up the train there, the locomotive, and they'll be able to get them a lot faster, too. Yeah, this is pretty serious, though. Like, I think. Yeah, well, Central America's holding the line good, but it's just, again, like, no help from the Belgium, though. Look at his score. It's like 171. What are you doing, man? That's a really bad score for, like, Belgium. Like, you should be doing good as Belgium in economy. They got like a European economy. They should be able to do a lot. He's going to go for Force Publique skirmishes, which I think is totally appropriate here, especially considering the use of heavy infantry by both opponents, particularly the Romania, who's spamming them for free. Unfortunately, Central America can't hold the line anymore. They have to like actually retreat out with their cannons. Yeah. He's getting away with his Volantes and some of the Artisanals. Let's see if he can sneak away, though, and reach this position alongside Belgium. Also, this monitor is obviously going to be super annoying to deal with too, most definitely. Oh, he's got a second one too. He knows what he's doing there, most definitely.
J'ai repris des forces.
Now, one important thing to note about the defense is Central America has his Puleneca here. It's Puleneca or whatever it's called. Basically, it's an ultimate building for Central America that they ship from the home city. It's a forge that can train units at like double speed. Yeah, units train almost instantly out of the structure, which is super crazy. Yeah, I know. And it's really all the units that they have with their specific roster. So if they go with Los Altos, it's going to be all infantry. If it's an R1, it'll be a mixture of infantry and cavalry, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much like that. Yeah. Pretty interesting. Like they're pushing pretty deep there, yeah, no, it's definitely. Yep, the fort's definitely going down there for sure.
J'ai repris des forces.
Culverin from Belgium is a little too late, honestly. They should have had that out a lot sooner, for sure. Mushitaro actually, well, the problem with before was he couldn't really do Mushitaro because China actually made a ton of Manchus there, which he still has. So yeah, Mushitaro's a bit risky at that point. Most definitely it is. Yeah, the problem with these guys though is they have so much HP that even like in a direct push by Mushitaros isn't guaranteed to, you know, break them at all. Yeah, no. Oh, he just resigned when the Escultus came. Yeah. I don't know. It was an interesting one, though. This kind of was a good demonstration of what Zelda Verde is like when he's at his peak. Because in the last matchups, we sort of saw how Zelda Verde was getting creamed as the Lamsivs. But when he plays as China, he actually knows what he's doing. Yeah, most definitely. So, yeah. Looks like there's nobody watching the stream right now, so I'm probably going to go finish up some work stuff right now, since it looks a bit dead here right now. Kind of makes sense, though, since, you know, the algorithm for YouTube probably went haywire with those Wars of Liberty uploads I did without even putting them on the Discord server, so yeah. It's probably like, what the hell, man? Something like that, but, yeah, no. But, anyways, thank you for coming to the stream tonight. It was super good to be back. I know some people were probably unsure if I was going to return right now, so yeah. I probably should make an announcement, just a little one, just to let them know that I'm back. So they'll actually start showing up again, but yeah, no, thanks for coming. We'll complete the rest of these next week. And I think there's some other ones I forgot further up as well that we can do. Yeah, I want to get as many of them done before the release of Millies as possible. Now, please, Millies, Wars of Liberty developers, do not stall out the release of this patch just so I can get these done. Release it whenever you can release it as fast as possible. If we don't get all these recordings done, I do care, but I don't care because I want to play Millies with people real badly. And I think the Wars of Liberty community needs Millies released as soon as possible. We need like some fresh content for people to engage in. But yeah, no, most definitely. Yep. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're going to stream. I kind of want to do Age of Empires 2 or 0 AD or something because in order to get the Google algorithm back on the bandwagon with me, I'm gonna have to do a game that a lot of people watch me do. Or if somebody wants to play Age of the World with me, that would be preferred. Yeah, no. Like if Meryl can come and we could do some comp stomps at Age of the World, that would be perfect actually. That's how to get back on the pony at this point. Yeah, but anyways, thanks for showing up. GG's, well played.